more in-depth understanding of these climate change policies, I jumped at it and I signed up for this training. The virtual learning sessions were enlightening and insightful. I learned about the different climate change policies in Nigeria, most notably the nationally determined contributions, the National Adaptation Plan, and the National Policy on Climate Change, and much more. Also, I learned about how young people can leverage the power of social media for climate change awareness. Personally, this capacity building training has equipped me with the knowledge and information that I need to educate people, especially young people, through my platforms in order to raise awareness on environmental and climate change issues. The knowledge and experience I have gained from this training is one step enriching me with the capacity to fully engage in policy implementation. Also, through this training, I am one step ahead in promoting climate action, engaging young people, and advancing the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria. Once again, I am grateful to Nigerian Youth SDGs and the German missions in Nigeria for the opportunity to learn and grow through this program. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Fabrici Desmond, and I'm proud to be among the 300 young leaders empowered through the capacity building training for youth on nationally determined contributions and climate action, which was organized by NG Youth SDGs and the German mission in Nigeria. I'm super excited to share my transformative experience. The session on leveraging media and technology for meaningful youth engagement was everything, and it totally stood out for me. Social media isn't just a platform for sharing lifestyle updates. It is a powerful tool that can be used to reach out to a global audience. As young persons, we can use this platform to craft compelling stories that connect facts to emotion. We can also build digital campaigns to reach a universal and global audience. During this training, I was also privileged to receive a comprehensive session on topics like understanding Nigeria's climate policy, youth engagement in climate policies implementation, and identifying stakeholders and collaborating for a sustainable future. This training was truly transformative, and honestly, I enjoyed every session from all the amazing facilitators. I'm committed to advocating for climate action in whatever I do. I believe that I'm a potential solution that can drive for climate action. Thank you, NG.
Hello and good morning. Great. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Let me start with an apology to you all. We're quite behind schedule, but I assure you that going forward, we'll be prompt with our timing, and you and I are in for an amazing time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Morenikeji Olonilua, but you can call me Reni Mo. And in the spirit of patriotism, let me welcome you the Nigerian way, because I believe that we have people from various tribes as Nigeria. But let me do this with you this morning. Ekaro, Nakwana, Otutuoma. If I spoke your language, can you please wave in the air? Let me see you. Amazing, amazing. It is indeed an honor for me to be your master of ceremonies for this wonderful summit, the Nigeria Future Summit. And the theme of this summit, empowering youth civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria. This theme resonates with many of us here today. And it's interesting to note that yesterday, the very first day of the summit, was an intimate closed-door event where youth-led civil society organizations, CSOs, presented their work, shared their achievements, and discussed the challenges that they face in advancing sustainable development across their respective states. Now, the goal was to foster collaboration, learning, and mutual support amongst these organizations. Today, I welcome you to our national dialogue on Nigeria's priorities at the COP29, where we will focus on defining Nigeria's priorities for the COP29 and highlighting strategies for youth leadership in climate action. The COP29, which will be held in Baku, Azerbaijan in November 2024, is a critical global forum where nations gather to negotiate and advance efforts to combat climate change. As we approach this major event, it is essential for Nigeria, that is you and I, particularly its young people, to take the lead in influencing the outcomes that will shape our climate policies and commitment for the future. Now, that being said, with a warm smile, I want you to look at the person sitting right next to you. Please, just look left, look right, look at them, give them a beautiful smile, and tell them good morning and welcome to the summit, the Nigerian Future Summit. Please, let's do that quickly. A warm smile. Make sure if somebody's not smiling at you, you might want to change your seat. But I believe we're one Nigeria here, so let's do that quickly. That is great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. With no further ado, we'll start the conversation right away. To officially set the tone for today's event, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome the founder and executive director of the Nigerian Youth SDGs, in person of Joshua Alade, for the welcoming speech. A round of applause, please, as he makes his way to the podium. Can we have Joshua Alade for the welcome speech? Please, let's make him feel welcome. Thank you. Thank you. That's more like it.
Morning, everyone. Wow, this stage looks so high. I hope we are doing well, and you can hear me properly. I'm going to be just to say thank you all for being very early today. Thanking all of our special guests, our young people who are gathered here this morning. Just give me a few moments to pop up my speech. I want to make sure it's as insightful as possible. Great. So, the conversation today is about young people, the future of Nigeria. About a month ago, across the world, young people were at New York for the Summit of the Future. And for us, leading up to the summit, we had some special engagement with young people across Nigeria, just focusing on the future. How can young people play a pivotal role in Nigeria's future? It's really a very good privilege for me to welcome you to day 2 of today's event on the Sustainable Future Summit. Yesterday, we had a closed-door session with the society organizations that we've been working with over the last 3 months on this project. And they had the opportunity to tell us about the work they are doing in their various communities in Nigeria. Just to give you a background, sometimes in July, we did a call for application for youth civil society organizations who were interested in understanding Nigeria's nationally determined contributions and how they can make impact in their community with it. We had over 300 plus responses, and we could only select 15. And these 15 youth CSOs are from 5 states in Nigeria: Nasarawa, Kaduna, Enugu, Delta, and Ondo states. And what they have done so far is they conducted a step-down training where they worked with 10 CSOs, at least 10 CSOs within their state. So we had 15 CSOs which we trained for about 2 weeks, and they went on to train another 150. So in total, over the last 3 months, we've trained 165 plus youth civil society organizations to actually understand what the nationally determined contributions are and how they can take action when it comes to Nigeria's climate change priorities. Aside from this, they also organize community dialogue. So they brought in religious leaders, people from government, people from the private sector, people who are severely impacted by climate change to hear firsthand how climate change is impacting them and what steps can they take in order to create a local adaptation plan of action. Over the next 2 months, these UCSOs with the young people will be creating a local adaptation plan of action to showcase the ideas, the innovation, the drive of young people for a sustainable community. Aside from this we've trained 300 young people across Nigeria too. We always need an army. If Nigeria has 65% of our population as young people, we need them to have the right capacity to engage in policy decisions that actually impact their future. And that's why this project, empowering youth civil society organizations to actually build stronger communities in Nigeria, was bettered. So why are we here today? We are here because the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is a very urgent reality. With our population of 200 million people, we are already experiencing the impacts of climate change, from rising temperatures to food insecurity. Communities are being displaced. We are having conflicts, especially in the northeast of Nigeria. And what makes this moment really very critical is the fact that the median age of Nigeria is about 18.5 years. 18.5 years. So what this means is that the majority of our population is actually very young. It's very important that young people are actually the ones in charge of shaping their future. It's important that they are involved in Nigeria's nationally determined contributions. We've had this, first time it was published was in 2015, then in 2020, 2021, but with little or no input from young people. And this summit is an opportunity for us as young people to change that narrative. I read through that document, a 55-page document, and the word youth was mentioned 16 times. That's too poor. 16 times with 300 words in a 55-page document. We need to change that. And the only way we can change that is to raise ambition. Is to let the government know that young people are ready, we are prepared, we are interested, we want to work with you to be able to change the future of Nigeria. As an organization, we are really very big on meaningful youth engagement. Over the last 5 years, we have been working in different grassroots communities, working with youth champions, youth civil society organizations, to demand for intergenerational collaboration between young people and the older generation. We have the ideas, we have technology, and we can make meaningful impact in Nigeria's climate change priorities. Today's conversation is for us to help move the needle when it comes to meaningful youth engagement. Luckily, we have invited a few members of the cabinet of the presidency. We hope that they will be able to show up today. We've also been lucky to invite people from private sector, people from civil society organization, because we need to jointly work together in aligning Nigeria's future. We know that time is running out with respect to the SDGs. We have not done so well. Even the gains that we've had has been eroded by COVID-19. It's a beautiful opportunity for us to call for urgent actions on the SDGs. It's beautiful that the Nigerian president in his October 1st speech talked about a national confab for young people for 30 days. And it's a good opportunity for us as youths to demand representation. It's not just about party lines. It's about our future. It's endangered. And it's only with strong words, strong actions, that we can be able to make a positive difference. I want to urge us as we go through today not to just sit down and make this another summit. It's a call to action. Our future is in danger. We can all see with the crisis that is happening in Nigeria, no folding of arms anymore. It's about our future. We need to take it headstrong. I want to employ us to embrace collaboration. You can go fast if you go alone, but you can go far if you go together. So as we go through this summit, I want to remind us all that we are here because the future of Nigeria is our young people. We are here because we want to create a sustainable, equitable, and resilient Nigeria. We must do this together with young people at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua Alade, for giving us that breakdown of why we are here. Beyond just a summit, we're here to lend our voice to conversations around climate action. Now, we're going to do something real quick. We're young people, so I want us to bring that energy to this room. It's called the Put a Finger Down Challenge. Are you ready? So please, help me lift your 10 fingers up. Please, just put your phone down for a minute. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to run you through these questions. What you're going to do is put your finger down when I say what I say. If you fall into the category, you put a finger down. So we're going to see how many of us are really championing climate change conversations. Now, put a finger down if you ever participated in a climate change protest or march. If you ever participated in a climate change protest or march, okay? Put a finger down if you switched to reusable products like water bottles or bags to reduce plastic waste. Please be watching your neighbor's handle. Put a finger down if you've taken part in a tree planting activity or environmental cleanup. I'll take it again. Put a finger down if you have taken part in a tree planting activity or environmental cleanup. Are we looking at ourselves? Put a finger down if you shared or created content on social media to raise awareness about climate change. Should I take it again? Put a finger down if you've shared or created content on social media to raise awareness about climate change. Now, number 5, put a finger down if you've attended a climate change summit or event in the past. Don't count this one. If you've attended a climate change summit or event in the past. Number 6, put a finger down if you actively try to reduce your carbon footprint by walking or biking instead of driving. I think. Okay, we're moving. Now, put a finger down if you've influenced others to adopt eco-friendly practices. A lot of us are influencers on social media in our own right, so put a finger down if you've done that. Now, put a finger down if you've been involved in community projects focused on renewable energy or sustainability. I see some hands are remaining 2 already. The 10 is still up. It is well. Now, put a finger down if you've written or spoken publicly about climate policy or environmental issues. Wow. And the last one, put a finger down if you believe that young people are the key to solving climate crisis. Please, who is going to help me to? I'm looking for someone with 10. A round of applause for yourselves, please. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to see that a lot of us are lending our voice, participating in climate actions, and that is really great. It shows that indeed young people are ready. Let me hear you say young people are ready. So we're going to do another thing. Your hands are busy the other time. Now pick up your phone. Pick up your phone. Pick up your phone. If you are on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, whatever social media that you like to use, I want you to take a quick selfie with the person sitting next to you, and you're going to tweet with the hashtag climate action for stronger Niger. Who's going to take a picture with me? So, yeah, we're going to take a photo, a selfie. Let's do that real quick. A selfie with your neighbor. Yeah, it can be groupy. I like the groupy happening here. So let's do that quickly. And make sure you post it with a hashtag climate action for stronger Niger. Please, let's do that real quick. Come on, it's just a selfie. It won't hurt. Great, great. Don't forget the hashtag. It is climate action for stronger Niger. We're going to do more videos as we proceed, but let's move on our agenda. All right, to move forward, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ayodeji Razak, an advisory board member for the Nigerian Youth SDGs, for the opening remark. Please, with a round of applause. A round of applause, please. Let's welcome Ayodeji Razak, advisory board member, Nigerian Youth SDGs, for the keynote address. You're welcome.
Good morning. So, mine was supposed to be opening remarks, not keynotes. I didn't write big keynotes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayodeji Razak. I'm genuinely humbled to be in front of you today. I have this amazing speech I've written out, so you permit me if I look down every now and then to read it. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, fellow advocates, and above all, courageous young people, I salute you. It is an honor to stand before you today as we embark on this critical second day of the Nigerian Futures Summit. Today's gathering is more than just a dialogue. It's a call to action. It's a meeting of hearts and minds of people dedicated to the shaping of the future of one of the greatest challenges facing humanity today, climate change. Nigeria, our beloved country, is at a crossroads. With a population of over 200 million, the stakes are high. From the droughts and the floodings that have devastated lives and to the unpredictable rainfall patterns that have threatened our food security and livelihoods, we know too well that climate change is not an abstract concept. It is here, it is now. And for the millions of Nigerians, it has become a matter of survival. Personally, I stay in an environment that floods every time in October. I built my house. It wasn't flooding when I built the house. Now it floods because of a dam that is just beside us that always overflows. And as it is, in about 2 weeks, my family will move out of our residence to a separate space that I always rent every year for a month, specifically because of this climate problem. But in the face of this daunting reality, I see hope. I see the rising generation of young Nigerians, bold, resourceful, and unafraid to confront this challenge head-on. You, the youth, are not just the futures of Nigeria's tomorrow, you are the change makers of today. And your leadership, your vision, your relentless drive for action is what will define Nigeria's climate strategy as we approach COP29. As we gather here today, we must acknowledge the immense work that has already been done. Young people across this nation are at the forefront of and educating communities about resilience and sustainability. Yesterday, I think it was Joshua that mentioned it. I think we've trained 160,000 people. That's incredible. That's impressive. And I must salute those of you who are actually at the forefront of this campaign. I have to ask everybody in this room to give a round of applause to all the young people here who are doing incredible. Yet, as we know, these efforts are often fragmented and under-resourced and are not sufficiently integrated into the national climate dialogue. This summit is our opportunity to change that narrative. Today is our chance to ensure that youth-led efforts are not just acknowledged, but amplified. We are here to forge stronger alliances, to collaborate, and to craft the shared priorities that will guide Nigeria's path at COP29 and beyond. We must ensure that Nigeria's voice, shaped by its youth, is heard loudly and clearly on the global stage. I stand before you today not just as a partner in this effort, but as a champion of your vision, your courage, and your determination to secure a sustainable future for our people. Our work today will shape Nigeria's futures. Not just for COP29, but for the generations that will follow us. We have less than 6 years until 2030, which is the deadline for achieving sustainable goals. The decisions we make today will define whether we would achieve those goals and whether we will leave behind a country resilient to the climate changes that we are about to face or that we are facing currently. As we proceed with the dialogues and the discussions today, let us not forget what our objectives to foster collaboration is that all of us together, we will save it. Thank you for your dedication, for your passion, and for your vision. I look forward to the powerful outcomes that will emerge from today's discussions and to a future where the Nigerian youth will lead the charge for a sustainable and resilient nation. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause once again. Appreciate him for that opening remark. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodeji Razak. And Mr. Ayodeji Razak is an advisory board member, Nigerian Youth SDGs. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some of our important guests. We are all important guests, but permit me to acknowledge the presence of some people in our midst. Ayodeji Razak, who just, please a round of applause as I run through the list. Honorable Olamide Fabuji, please, a round of applause, please. Mr. Stephen Agugwa, a round of applause for Mr. Stephen. Friday Ogezi, a round of applause, please. Chinwe Abua and Lucky Abeng. And I believe that a good number of people will be joining us shortly as we proceed in this summit. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Help me look at your neighbor and clap for your neighbor. Your neighbor is an amazing guest, too. Did your neighbor clap for you? If they did not clap for you, just look for another seat. I permit you. Thank you very much. All right. I want us to also get abreast with the theme for today's summit. Just in case you are forgotten, let me remind you that the theme is empowering youth civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria. So for that to resonate with you and me, that when you're going home and they ask you where is your stop, you would almost mention that. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to say Nigeria Future Summit, and your response will be the theme. Are we clear? Should I take it again? So I will say Nigeria Future Summit, and your response will be the theme, which is empowering youth civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria. It's quite a long sentence, but I'm sure we can do it. Can we do it? Come on, your energy is low. Can we do that? Yes. I like that. Thank you. This guy in shirt is going to be my friend. Now, 1 to go. Nigeria Future Summit. One more time. Nigeria Future Summit. A round of applause for yourself, please. You're doing wonderfully well, and I'm so great. I'm so great. So we want to make sure that we're trending on social media. So if you've not posted that selfie, this is the time to do it. And don't forget to use the hashtag Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria. Climate Action for Stronger Niger. I beg your pardon. Stronger Niger, please. Hashtag Climate Action for Stronger Niger. Let's do that real quick, and let's make sure that we're trending on social media. Okay? So this is what we're going to do now. While we're preparing for the panel session that will be happening shortly, Praise is preparing to moderate that session. We're going to use this opportunity to get to know ourselves. For some people, this is the first time you're meeting the person sitting close to you. For others, you've attended summits like this and you have met each other because you belong to the same space. You're passionate about climate action. So I want to ask that you're going to have to move from your seat. I know that you said hello to the person sitting on your row, most likely. So I'm going to ask for a little bit of disarrangement, permit me. Like for instance, you are going to go all the way to the back to say hello to the lady in the pink dress, to say, hi, it's the first time I'm meeting you. What is your name? So we're going to do that real quick. 3 things I want you to pick out for me. You're going to tell me a name of somebody that you met in this place, right? And if you can get something a little bit personal, like their favorite color, that would be a touch. You might go home with a gift today, right? I'm not promising you, but Let's see how that will go. So let's do that real quick. Let's get up from our seat and go to the person. Don't talk to the people on your row. Please don't talk to the person next to you. I want you to go as far back. If you're at the back, come to the front. Come say hello. Good morning. You look lovely. I love your hairstyle. What is your name? What is your favorite color? How long have you been in the climate change space? What have you done about climate action? Where do you live? Where do you reside? Who do you work with? What organization do you belong to? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? Who is your stylist? I love your smile. Let's do that real quick. Let's get to know each other. Please, if you can get their phone number, it is allowed. Just make sure you're networking. You're networking. You're networking. Let's do that real quick. Don't meet the person on your row. Somebody help me with this. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. There's still a lot of time for us to network. So please, I want to join us to please come settle down. Let's get on with our seat. No, I like the energy in the room now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Can we all come back to our seats and settle down, please? Thank you so much. I love the energy in the room. We have the tea break time, which should also be used for networking. So this sets the tone for networking for you and I. So by the time you're meeting somebody while having coffee, you probably know like 5 new names already. And you just go, instead of saying, oh, hey, you know their names, right? Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, please. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you. Oh, that round of applause was too cold. Okay. Do I have your attention now? So please, a round of applause for yourselves. That's more like it. Thank you very much. Please, I also want to acknowledge my colleague who who is standing with me, Mr. Adetuji Emmanuel Olusegun. He's helping us. He's doing the sign language. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much. Please help me appreciate with a round of applause Mr. Adetuji Emmanuel Olusegun. Thank you so much for a wonderful job that you're doing. All right, so we'll move on now to the next item on the agenda for the keynote address. Meanwhile, after this keynote address, we're going to be celebrating some of our CSOs who have been a part of this journey. There will be certificates that you'll be going with and pictures after that. But just before that, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Her Excellency Annette Gunther, the ambassador of Germany to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate and welcome Her Excellency Annette Gunther.
Good morning, everybody. I was very happy to see, as you said, the atmosphere in the room as I came in. So I suppose half of the purpose of this summit has been reached already because we have established networks, contacts, made friendship, met colleagues. So welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and friends. It's an honor to stand before you today to discuss a topic that is not only urgent but fundamental to the future both of Nigeria and the world: climate action and the essential role of young people in building a sustainable future. As we gather here for the Sustainable Future Summit, we are reminded of the critical decisions that lie ahead, both locally and globally, in the fight against climate change. Nigeria, like many countries, is on the front line of the climate crisis. Rising temperatures, droughts, floods, and unpredictable weather patterns are not only an environmental concern, but also entail socio-economic threats, as we are witnessing these days in Nigeria with the floods affecting so many million people. The consequences are profound, affecting livelihoods, driving food insecurity, and in some cases contributing to conflict and displacement. Nigeria's over 200 million citizens, particularly those in vulnerable regions, feel an urgent need for action. However, despite these daunting challenges, there's hope. And this hope lies in Nigeria's young people. Nigeria's young population represents not only a demographic dividend, but also a powerful force for change. With over 60% of Nigeria's population under the age of 25, young people are not only the future, but also the present, actively contributing to solutions that can transform Nigeria's climate trajectory. The energy, the passion, and innovation we see among young Nigerians give us every reason to believe that they are the leaders who will drive the solutions we need. As German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock aptly put it, the climate crisis is the defining challenge of our time, and it requires us to act swiftly and globally. It is often said that young people will inherit the world we leave behind. However, it is increasingly clear that they are already shaping the world we live in today. Here in Nigeria, youth-led civil society organizations are at the forefront of climate action, from raising awareness in local communities to implementing renewable energy projects and advocating for stronger environmental policies. Nigerian youth have shown remarkable leadership. You young leaders are creating climate-resilient agricultural practices, promote sustainable urban development, and develop innovative solutions for waste management and recycling. From creating education programs to building climate-resilient communities, Nigerian youth are leading the charge in the country. Yet, your efforts are often fragmented, under-resourced, and disconnected from larger policy frameworks. This Sustainable Future Summit is a key moment to change that. This event provides a platform for you young leaders to share your successes, learn from one another, and align your efforts with Nigeria's national and global climate goals. In the words of Jennifer Morgan, the German Special Envoy for International Climate Action, she visited Nigeria in May of this year, she said, young people are at the forefront of climate movements, and they are critical to turning climate ambition into reality. It is time we truly empower these young people, listen to them, and involve them in decision-making processes. As we reflect on the importance of youth engagement, let me also take a moment to discuss Germany's role in this global effort. Germany has long recognized that addressing climate change requires bold leadership. We have made climate policy a cornerstone of our foreign policy. Under the leadership of our foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, and the said Jennifer Morgan, Germany has made climate policy a central pillar of its foreign policy. The foreign minister has been clear in her vision, stating that climate crisis is the defining challenge of our time. It is not just a test of technology, it is a test of our resolve, our solidarity, and our commitment to future generations. Germany's foreign climate policy rests on 3 pillars. First pillar, reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. Germany is an advocate for reducing emissions through transition to renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable infrastructure. We are committed to supporting countries like Nigeria in their efforts to decarbonize their economies by providing financial and technical assistance for clean energy projects and sustainable urban development. Second, supporting climate adaptation in vulnerable regions. As a key donor to the Green Climate Fund and other multilateral climate finance mechanisms, Germany recognizes countries like Nigeria need not only mitigation strategies, but also robust adaptation measures, whether it's investing in climate resilient agriculture, supporting water management systems, or building early warning systems for natural disasters. We are committed to helping Nigeria and other countries in the world build resilience to the impacts of climate change. Third pillar is promoting a just transition. The transition to a low carbon economy must be inclusive and equitable. This means ensuring that all sectors of society, particularly marginalized communities, benefit from that green transition. Germany's approach to climate justice emphasizes the need for new jobs and economic opportunities in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and green technology sectors. For us, climate diplomacy is not just about reducing carbon emissions, it is about fostering international cooperation, supporting innovation, and building the capacity of those who are most affected. In Nigeria, Germany has already been working closely with national, international, and also local partners to support climate action. Through our hashtag Climate Action for Stronger Niger project, we are helping young climate advocates to influence Nigeria's policies and to implement projects that address the needs of their communities. By empowering Nigerian youth to take leadership roles in climate action, we aim to ensure that you are not only participants, but also decision makers in shaping the future of your country. Germany's commitment to climate action extends beyond our borders. We see it as our responsibility to lead by example and to push for greater ambition at the global level. As we look ahead to COP29 and the 2025 review of the nationally determined contributions, Germany is advocating for stronger commitments from all countries, particularly from the world's largest emitters. However, our global leadership also means ensuring that the voices of vulnerable nations are heard, that young people are heard in these international negotiations. Youth are not just stakeholders in the process. They are the drivers of innovation, the advocates for justice, and the leaders of the climate movement. As my minister recently said, international cooperation on climate change is not a luxury. It is a necessity. We cannot tackle this crisis alone. This is why Germany is committed to supporting the inclusion of youth voices in global climate forums. We believe that young people have the creativity, the energy, and the passion to drive ambitious climate action. That action that is needed to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, whether it's through youth participation in national climate dialogues or global platforms like COP29, young people must have a seat at the table. The task ahead is clear. We must not only engage young people in climate action, we must empower them to lead. Empowerment means providing the resources, platforms, and support that is necessary for young leaders to transform their ideas into real and scalable solutions. It means including youth perspectives into policy-making processes at every level, local, national, and international. But it's not enough to empower young people in isolation. We must create partnerships between youth, between governments, businesses, civil society, to drive a comprehensive long-term solution. As we look ahead to the milestones such as COP29, it is critical that the youth are recognized as key stakeholders, not just in Nigeria, but globally. The climate crisis demands a unified global response, and young people are essential to that response. As we are gathered here today at this summit, I encourage all of you to approach these topics with a sense of urgency and purpose. Use this opportunity not only to reflect on the challenges that we face, but to build the partnerships and strategies that will carry us forward. Climate change is the defining issue of our time, and it requires all of us, especially the young generation, to step up, to collaborate, and to innovate. Germany is proud to stand with Nigeria and its young leaders in this fight. Together, we can shape a future that is not just sustainable, but thriving, resilient, and just. Let us make the most of this moment and work together to ensure that the future we live in and the future we leave behind is one that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
Please, once again, let's appreciate Her Excellency Annette Gunther for that keynote address. Thank you very much, madam. There's a wise saying that if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, you need partnership. And I'm really excited that we've seen a lot of partnership from the local grassroots level up to the top cadre. This is really great. Please, let's appreciate the Nigerian Youth SDGs, the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany here in Abuja, and the work they're doing together. A round of applause, please. I would also say that once again, look to your left and appreciate your neighbor. Partnership is the reason why your neighbor is here today. A lot of us can do our activism right in our backyard, but we've decided to come out here today to lend our voices together. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. All right, it will be the plenary session, the very first one, with the topic defining Nigeria's priorities for the COP29. And to do this, to moderate this panel, please help me welcome Praise Okezie. She's the communications associate with the Nigerian Youth SDGs. Please don't stop clapping until she comes here. Please, let's welcome Praise. Praise, thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you, Marinikeji. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please a round of applause for our excellent compare. Her energy is always unmatched. Thank you so much. Once again, I want to welcome all of you to this day 2 of the Nigerian Future Summit. It's been an interesting conversation, and this panel session that we'll be having is quite a very, very interesting one because we are looking at Nigeria's priorities for COP29. You know, every year Nigeria joins other communities and other representatives from different countries for COP. And while I was preparing for this plenary section, I said to myself, another COP. Can you say to your partner or someone beside you, another COP? Another conference of parties. And if you're in the climate change or environmental sustainability industry, you understand how important the Conference of Parties is because countries will be gathering once again to look at their priorities and come together to evaluate urgent action for climate change, how to take proper action. And this conversation is really, really important because what we'll be discussing is going to bring together government stakeholders and come together once again to narrow the focus on how can we ensure that the voices of young people are added for COP29. We are not just traveling once again outside Nigeria to just gather and discuss, but how can we ensure meaningful youth engagement? How can we ensure that the government and the civil society organizations try to put their focus together to look at the incredible work of young people? Today's conversation, which is titled the Nigeria Future Summit, Empowering Youth Civil Society to Build Stronger Communities in Nigeria, is tied into the climate action for stronger Nigeria. If you were here yesterday, something significant happened. We had 15 civil society organizations all gathered, sharing their experiences, their learnings, their insights from across Ondo, Nasarawa, Kaduna, Delta, and Enugu states. And they were able to look at critical challenges and also look at progress of working together with civil society organizations and young people. And that is a defining aim, and that is one thing why we are having the conversation today, because we are still bringing everything together. Now, how can the government ensure that what Nigeria will be doing at COP is inclusive of the incredible work of civil society organizations around climate action? If I was to take a head count and just ask 1 or 2 persons here, do you know any civil society organization or any youth-led initiative that is advocating for environmental sustainability, advocating our hands, because we have a lot of them. But how can we ensure that the government, civil society organizations, even international organizations are able to take this incredible work of young people and take it to COP29? That is why we want this year's COP29 to be different. Tell your neighbor another COP, but a different one, a one inclusive of young people. Thank you so much. So I am delighted to bring on board incredible people for this panel conversation. I have with me Mr. Steven Agugra. He is the National Project Coordinator for the social dimension of ecological transition project in Nigeria at International Labour Organization. Please permit me to bring up to the stage Mr. Stephen Agugwa. Please a round of applause. I also have with me Joshua Alade. Mr. Joshua Alade, he's the founder of the Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative and Youth SDGs. Please welcome on board Joshua Alade. Also with me, I'll be having Honorable Olamide Fabuji. He is a Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Technology and Operations. Please permit me to welcome on board Mr. Olamide. Thank you so much. So we'll be reading our bio. Okay, so there's a bit of an addition because we want gender balance, one. Okay, we want gender balance. And we also want a little bit of inclusion so that you can also hear from the voices of one of the representatives of the civil society organization that worked on the project or that is working on the project. Please permit me to welcome on stage Wonye Ogechi Bernard. A round of applause. Please, we can make that louder. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
It's not that we want gender balance. So we always think gender balance in our work. So what's happened this morning is that Honorable Risola Abiola, who is the SSA to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, sent an email that she's had to not be here today because there's an important meeting she cannot attend. So that's why this is happening, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ogechi, for...
Okay, let's just move right in. I would like to read briefly the bio of my panelists. So Honorable Olamide Fabuji is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Technology and Operations. I also have Mr. Stephen Agugwa. He's an Environment, Sustainability and Climate Specialist with more than 12 years of experience. His ambition is to support government and corporate businesses with better sustainability and safeguard performance. He specializes in environmental and social impact assessment with wide technical and managerial experience. He has worked and consulted for various organizations, including the United Nations, International Development Organizations, NGOs, private consulting firms, and government agencies on both national and regional projects. He is skilled in policy review, quantitative and qualitative research, and technical reporting. We also have here with us Joshua Alade. He is an education and decent work policy advocate, passionate about positive youth and sustainable community development. He's the founder of NG Youth SDGs, a youth-led civil society organization advocating for meaningful youth engagement in policies and programs that will enable them to lead and thrive. Joshua has a master's in sustainable development and was awarded the 2022 Young Pacesetter for African Development on Africa Day at the United Nations HQ. We also have here with us the one and only lady on the panel session. Please, let's support her. So she is Ogechi Bernard Wonye. She is the founder of EcoCyclers, an Enugu-based organization that is climate action. So we'll move right into the panel session, and we'd like to begin with Mr. Stephen. Thank you. So Mr. Stephen, as the National Project Coordinator for Social Dimension of Ecological Transition Project in Nigeria at International Labour Organization, we all know that the International Labour Organization is one of the top organizations working around decent work and employment for young people. But we can also understand the intersectionality of climate change and decent work, how young people are out of jobs because of adverse effects of climate change. If you had once experienced flooding, like the popular flooding in, sorry about that. If you have experienced flooding, like the popular flooding that took place in 2018 in Bayelsa, you understand how flooding can displace lives and properties and even take some young people out of their jobs. And that is why we see this conversation with a representative from the International Labour Organization. Very, very important and crucial, because we are going to be looking how we can work together to ensure that climate change does not keep affecting employment for young people. So, Mr. Stephen, so the first question I would like to ask you is, in what ways is climate change affecting employment and labor market in Nigeria? And how is the ILO assisting in addressing these challenges?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning again, and welcome to this wonderful event. The ILO, you may know, the International Labour Organization, an arm of the United Nations that seek to standardize labor and employment laws in countries. Going for the climate change, we know that climate change is impacting employment and labor issues in so many ways. One of these is there is going to be a shift from the use of fossil fuel, which means we are transiting to cleaner energies. And what this does is that many people will lose their job because their skills may not be needed again. And for organizations like ILO, we are trying to maximize the opportunities that are there in the fight against climate change, in the sense of looking at green jobs, creating new jobs that are used in the event of mitigating climate change. So at the end of the day, we know that the workers will be impacted. The workers will be impacted in their financial, economic status. Then, sorry. So another issue on the impact of climate change, we know that this can lead to energy shortages, since we are transiting from fossil fuel, and this will lead to issues like cutting of forests for using fuel wood and the rest of them. And also, we are looking at issues of inequality, social inequality. We know that climate change is affecting the community disproportionately. Women on the gender part are mostly affected. Sorry. So women are mostly affected by the issue of climate change. So that disproportionate impact is also what we are looking at. On the part of ILO, the ILO is doing so many things in the sense of climate change. For instance, we are running a 4-year program in Nigeria known as Social Dimension of Ecological Transition, where we build and strengthen capacity of the institution to be able to face climate issue. We also base on research so that we can get informed decision in the area of putting climate intervention. And also we are looking at the area of supporting policy formulation. And going forward, I will also explain some of this in further. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that insight. Please, a round of applause. And you see why panel sessions are really, really important, because Mr. Stephen just gave us a clue of a 4-year project the International Labour Organization is working on, which is an opportunity for young people to buy into that. So without further ado, I will just move into the next conversation with Mr. Honorable Olamide. Okay, Olamide. So looking at Nigeria, we've made significant strides in climate action. In fact, it's very obvious, and that is why we are all gathered here. But just looking at it deeply, let's talk about the National Adaptation Plan and the National Determined Contribution. So as an SSA to the President on climate technology, how do you see emerging technologies like AI, that's artificial intelligence, can be leveraged to improve climate data accuracy, enhance policy implementation, and optimize the NAPs and mitigation efforts, especially as we look forward to COP29. So what's like the intersectionality of AI, looking at the work you do in order to improve actions, climate action, improve efforts around mitigation, and also the national adaptation, linking it up to COP29?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Bruce. First of all, I'd like to commend the organizers, Joshua, and the youth coalition here. I'm very happy to hear about your achievements and or what you've been doing since yesterday. I think mostly for me, it's been from the policy side and also from the technology side, is to understand how we can dimension the problem. And traditionally, you would have been unable to understand the scale of this problem if we did not have the clear and present challenge of climate change around us. You can demonstrate this by, if you look at the news, you see how the floods, droughts are affecting. In the south, you have the flooding. In the north, you have the droughts that is affecting, and changing weather patterns. It's affecting the way people are able to earn, live, and work. And the population of Nigeria is, I think, it's even more striking when you think about the fact that over 42% of the Nigerian population, which means the future will ultimately be determined by how the youth are able to engage. Now, speaking about how AI will be able to help us at the policy level, AI is going to play a role in this evolving landscape because the way the data is being collected on climate is not been something that we're able to use in high-level decision making. Now, in just the predictability of what the changing weather patterns will be, you will find that nowadays leveraging AI predict what the weather patterns for agriculturists and people who farm will be able to use to improve their productivity. You also look at things like the lack of data that we're experiencing at the moment. It has not been very easy when you're trying to design policy for Nigeria, most of the time, the biggest challenge you have is how do you get the data, how are you able to understand how communities are being impacted. But leveraging AI nowadays, you're able to at least get an idea of how you can extrapolate data and manipulate this data to be able to make decisions. I would also like to talk about in the area of resource allocation, where in driving climate action, I think one of the biggest factors that you have to think about is the finance. In Nigeria, we have an economic imperative to be able to allocate resources, scarce resources, I must say, in these times. And when you look at the way climate change is undermining the efforts of the government from a development perspective, it is very important that we are able to leverage technology to know exactly where the pain points are and also be able to deploy our resources in a way that is benefiting the people. Going forward to COP, I think one of the things we'll need to emphasize as well is capacity building, because even at the community level, you find that the awareness of climate change and its impacts, it's only experienced sometimes it's too late. The efforts that we might be making in terms of how we deploy our solutions it's multiplied when people know what they are facing and what the challenge. So the coalition of youth will have to be able to get to key into some of these platforms and also emphasize the need for capacity building for the Nigerian youth, and also in actualizing the goals, the bold ambitions that we have for Nigeria. It will be very important for the youth to be able to make a stand for Nigeria and at COP. I think I'll leave that for the rest of the conversation.
Thank you so much, Olamide. And just picking up from where you stopped when you talked about the need for capacity building, I know that we all understand what artificial intelligence is, but being able to use it to advance climate action, you need to still go back to the community and localize climate action. So let's pick it up from there and lead it to Ogechi, who is already working on something on the Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria project. So we'll just be speaking with Ogechi right now, just for her to share briefly how have you been able to localize conversation around the Nigerian's national climate policies and also climate action in Enugu State. We know that you've carried out the step-down training, the community dialogue, picking up from the capacity building training sessions, so picking up from where the Honorable stopped. So you just practically share a few things you did. Also try to highlight inclusion, right? How we're able to bring together people with disabilities, stakeholders, community leaders, representatives of the government towards localizing actions for climate change and also the policies.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ogechi. I am also one of the selected CSOs for the Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria project, and I'm from Enugu State, Nigeria. So for the project, actually, what we found out was that for the framework that's on youths, Article 6 of the Framework Convention speaks to young people, and Article 12 of the Paris Conference speaks also to young people on ways we can build on their capacity, on ways we can build on their advocacy to drive some of those points home, especially in localizing climate action. So for us in Enugu State, what we did at the beginning is that we were able to put out a call for young people, right? We wanted to meet out to other CSOs, other civil society organizations like us who are also in Enugu State, who drive, advocacy, whether in health. We wanted to have an intersection of health to agriculture, to environment and all of that. So, and we wanted to also include people living with disability, because we found out that a lot of times their voices are not really captured. They are not included when it comes to policy. They are not given a seat at the table. And some of those things affects them. It affects them differently because they are vulnerable people. So we wanted to talk to them. We wanted to hear from them, their pain points. So on bringing them together in a room, we're able to step down the National Adaptation Plan to them, to speak to how young people, are being driven in terms of at the local grassroots. What can you do as young people, aside planting trees, aside waste management and recycling? What can you do? How can you contribute to the nationally determined contributions? How can you make your voices be heard? What do you want to be incorporated into this document? We want to have a revised edition, right? We're looking at it in 2025. What do you want to see? How does it affect you separately? So they were able to highlight some of the problems they have. Even for the training, we had issues with bringing them because they had problems with a venue that was inclusive. That is to show you how much they are not included in a lot of things. We were looking for a venue for their training, but then we had issues with even an event center that can help them come there and make it easy for them to be available for the training. So those are the issues they highlighted. And then again, they also mentioned the fact that there are no job opportunities, right? Decent work, even the work that are available. Enugu State experienced some migration, right? A lot of young people want to migrate to Lagos. They want to migrate to Abuja because of the job opportunities. There are underemployment. So even the jobs that are there are not really like commensurate to, the labor payments, right, for young people. So some of times they want to move. And then you now look at people with disabilities. How can they even move when they do not even know how to go about it? So what we did was that we decided to bring in green skills, right? Green entrepreneurship, things that they can do in Enugu State to help contribute meaningfully towards economic development, contribute their own part, and make a difference while we also be able to advocate for climate action at the local level. So for the community dialogue, we're able to go to Enugu South, right? Enugu South is a very peculiar community in Enugu. Enugu South experiences agricultural, they are agricultural farmers majorly, right? And for this year, they had a lot of problems when it comes to weather-based issues, like there were not enough rain, they did not know, there were no warning signals from NEMA, there were not even signals to them to tell them there was going to be rain for August period. So sometimes, a lot of times when they planted, they had no idea that some of their crops were not doing well because it was related to climate change. They just assumed it was not, it happened because probably the land was not fertile or the soil was not fertile enough. So we were able to link some of the problems they experienced in that community to show them how it relates to climate change. So even in terms of poverty, in terms of not enough agricultural produce, in terms of improper waste management and recycling, we were able to let them understand this thing. So in having that community dialogue, we listened to their voices. They were able to table some points like deforestation. They were experiencing biodiversity loss, but they had no idea. They thought the young people in their communities were only cutting down trees to sell it as illegal logging of wood, right? They did not understand how it affects them. They did not understand that trees are oxygen, that it's the air that we breathe. So we're able to come up with solutions that are local. One thing about the National Adaptation Plan document is the fact that you cannot bring a problem that is not local to the people, to their community. It cannot work. And if you look at our community, what we have are peculiar to us. You can't go to Enugu and be talking about weather-based problems like maybe Bayelsa. They are different. So Enugu State, what we experience are different. We tend to talk about pollution and all of that. So when we did all of those things, the step-down training, the community dialogue, we're able to now see how we can help them even more. So as young people, our voices are vital, right? We can be able to advocate for change. As talking about it alone, we got the Ministry of Environment, Department of Climate Change to take this report back to their own table to see how they can come in to also help them do better. So those are the things that we have done, and those are the things we are trying to solve. Thank you so much.
Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. That was a well contribution, Ogechi. So I'll just hand over to Joshua Alade to just briefly add and also help us highlight how NGO SDGs is providing support to youth civil society organizations and young people to take actions on Nigeria's climate action priorities.
Thank you, Praise. Just to say that as an organization, we started in 2019, so in 2017 as an unregistered youth group, and honestly it was difficult for us. I remember using my personal funds to do a lot of things, and my girlfriend then, who is now my wife, would say, you earn money, you use it to do NGO. Why are you helping people when you've not helped yourself? But I have this passion. I don't know. It's an undying passion for Nigeria. I feel that the little contributions that we make would add a lot to making Nigeria better, especially for our young people. And as someone who, I'm the first member of my family with a university degree, so I know what poverty really looks like. And just being lucky to have an education, I want to use all of my learnings to be able to support positive youth development. And that's why Nigerian Youth SDGs basically started. And just looking back now, we are able to receive some little support. And it's a reminder about where we are coming from. If other young organizations have similar capacity like us, it helps strengthen their voice. It helps them to be bolder. And allyship is really very important. You can't be the lone person talking about meaningful youth engagement in policies. You need other young people. You need people who understand what the pain process is. You know, sometimes as a young person, as a youth organization, you want to contribute to important conversations, national conversation, but you don't know how. We know how. We want to teach other young organizations to also do the same. So it's not just Nigerian Youth SDGs, it's eco-cyclers, it's eco-susnets, it's building blocks for peace, it's plugging Nigeria. We are all coming together. We have the capacity to actually advocate for youth-led change, and that's what it's at the core of our work. We want the representation, when we talk about the demography of our country, to not just be about the numbers, it's also to talk about the fact that this demography can actually lead to democratic gains. That's why we do what we do, basically.
Thank you so much for sharing a brief background of NGO's SDGs and also highlighting the project, the Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria project. And you spoke a little bit around partnerships and collaboration. And I know that for some time now, we've been able to work together with the International Labour Organization when it comes to decent work and employment for young people. So I'm going to throw it back to Mr. Stephen. Just to know, how can international organizations like the ILO support Nigeria, support Nigeria civil society organizations, support young people, young Nigerians in creating sustainable jobs and promoting decent work in the context of climate action?
Yeah, thank you for that. The ILO runs a program known as the Decent Work Country Program. So that program has been in its third stage at the moment. And currently, we are running the Nigerian Decent Work Program for 2023 to 2027. So within that program, the aim is to look at the country deficiencies where the international organization can come and help. For instance, in the case of Nigeria, we are looking at the issue of job creation because we know the challenges of unemployment in Nigeria. We are looking at the issue of right at work because we know that the Nigerian labor force has not been treated as they should be. So these are some of the things we are working on currently. You may not also know that ILO is a tripartite organization. We don't work alone. We work with the Workers' Association, like the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress. We also work with the Employers' Association, like the Nigerian Constitutive Employers Association, which is NECA, and also the government in the case of Federal Ministry of Labour. So these are the three tripartite organizations ILO works with in trying to standardize labor laws and create employment. For the CSOs, we are also building capacities, creating awareness, supporting in the area of organizing social dialogue issues like this one. So all these things are meant to train them to build their capacity in the sense of creating green jobs. We know that at this moment, ILO is also looking at creation of green jobs because that will help in climate mitigation. We're also looking at reskilling, upskilling. So all these things are the issues that the climate change has affected the world of work, and we are building capacity in these areas to see how the country can override these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I hear community dialogues, I hear social dialogues, I hear capacity building programs. I also hear decent work country program, which is also running from 2023 to 2027. That's also another insight. I hope you've written that down. Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. So just talking about all these programs coming along and still tying it down to COP29. So let's look at a little bit on how Nigeria can prepare for COP29. So I'll throw that down to Honorable Olamide. How can Nigeria prepare for COP29? What are the nation's priorities, especially when it comes to climate technology? What are the ongoing conversations to ensure that both the national and global climate goals are achieved?
Okay, thank you very much. As we go to COP29, I think one of the things that we really need to drill down on is the technology side of things as we address our food security. A lot of the impacts of climate change happening at the community level, and a lot of our people at the community level are also farmers. And when they experience this, what happens is the displacement of people and their farms, the way the flooding actually affects the way they crop. It's very important for them to understand how they are able to do their farming more efficiently. So again, the emphasis on capacity building is something that we'll need to actually rally around and make sure that we're taking this message to the global community. Then there's also on the issue of energy transition. As you know, Nigeria is, we have our challenges with energy, so this is why we're focusing on renewables. We will need to also look at how technology will enhance productivity. And in driving this change, this move to renewables, we also need to make sure that we're not undermining people's livelihoods. So how are we doing that? We have, as you can see, we now have a drive towards CNGI. There's a program that is basically trying to help people to depart from the fossil fuels and use gas as a transition fuel, which we're now emphasizing as a country. And renewables as well. There's a capital cost to how these renewables are able to be deployed efficiently. So we're thinking of smart grids. We're thinking of solar home systems at scale to be able to improve productivity and also help people to have decent livelihoods, and also create jobs as well, because obviously these things are going to be deployed by people. But who is paying for that, and how are we financing some of these things? So these are some of the conversations that we will be also front loading at COP, because at the end of the event, we should have been able to have a conversation, a dialogue that leads to actual action. You know, where's the finance coming from? How we supporting the commitments that were made in the previous COPs, and also how we're going to implement this efficiently, so that we address the problem. So I would also like to say as well that the NDC 3.0 is in progress at the moment, and the CSOs have a very important role to play in actually giving the feedback on what the actions at the grassroots level has been. So it's important to engage with the policy level. I think the National Council on Climate Change is midwife in this process. And so I would also encourage at this point in time, since we have this platform, for the CSOs and also the youth who are doing projects to engage with the National Council on Climate Change, so that we have a sense of what the actual action on the ground is as we go to COP. Then this will help us to actually have a tangible dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olamide. And I think I would like to pick up from your last conversation around the NDC 3.0, which is up for review next year. That's February 2025. Just coming back and talking about policy discussions, I believe this is right time for us to hear from Joshua Alade on how and on what are the barriers do young people face in climate policy discussions, and what steps can be taken to enhance their engagement and impact.
Thank you, Praise. Just to say that NDC 3.0's review process should end by February 2025. So it means that we have just maybe 5 months, 3 months, basically, to make this happen. And one barrier is actually about representation. In Nigeria, there's this light touch, I'll say tokenistic touch when it comes to youth engagement. It's more of, okay, let's bring the young people together, let them do dialogues, and that's just all. Because in NDC 2.0, that was the same thing that was said. There were some dialogues that was organized. It didn't say the feedback from these dialogues were actually imputed in NDC 2.0. So that tokenistic approach needs to change. Another thing is creating space. I love spaces because spaces give us the opportunity to learn. It gives you the opportunity to fail. It helps you to be creative. It helps you to be more inclusive. So creating that space, not because you want to, but because it has to happen. So I want to urge, because we've tried to reach out to NCCC, the Director General, the new Director General, yes, she's responded to us because we invited her here today. And she said unfortunately, they have other events that they can't be here today. What I would say is that it's important that for NCCC to also create that space for young people. I know that there's this clamor for private sector. Yes, they have the money. I know, because there's already the stock trade that's happening right now. But young people have the ideas. We know what local people need. Business would always be about the bottom line, profits. That's it. But young people is about impact. I want to go back to my community in Oshodi and see that they are not facing the threats of climate change anymore. I want my local people to say, Joshua, he was part of those people that was saying Nigeria needs to take action for climate change. Business should only be about what are we giving to our shareholders. The other barrier that young people face is also the capacity. As you would have seen, a lot of them, before we had our program, said they didn't even know what the NDCs were. So we had to educate them. So that capacity gap is something. And sometimes, like, I'm someone who believes a lot in curiosity, but your curiosity is also a little bit limited based on association. So oftentimes, it's also for us to build that capacity. And we shouldn't just dismiss them. I remember at the last COP, there were a lot of conversations saying young people just want to attend events. No, we don't just want to attend events. We want to speak. We want to be heard. The more that we are heard, the more that we'll go back to knowledge creation to be better. So giving that capacity is really very important. And the last part would also be about finance. We can't talk about climate action without finance. Jobs. One of the reflections I have every time is saying, when we talk about advocacy, at the end of the advocacy, people have to eat. At the end of the advocacy, people need to be able to aspire. So just creating that opportunity to look at how can we provide financing for even young people who are creating climate change innovation. By the way, the German embassy has been so good. We will be giving out about 5 million to young people who are actually creating climate smart innovation, basically. So that's something we are doing. We want to show the way. Maybe if we lead by example, other people would also come along. So yeah, finance it's also a barrier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joshua. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you so much for laying out and talking a lot about the ongoing projects and also the need for building capacity, creating spaces, making spaces and creating spaces to include young people. And I must say that is one thing we do at NGU SDGs, because if you look at the Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria project, we were able to equip the CSOs, creating spaces for them to learn, and they took it to their communities. So I would like to ask you lastly, Ogechi, that what were the advocacy efforts that you try to implement? Because when we look at your story, we read your step-down training, we read your capacity building training. We saw people from different age range. We saw the elderly women, we saw people with disabilities, we saw some government representations. And even during your presentation yesterday, you talked about tying it into what the government is working around for climate action. So what has been your advocacy process, your steps? How have you been able to engage and bring these different sectors and community groups together for climate action?
Okay, thank you so much, Praise. So like he mentioned, when he started NG SDGs, that it was not easy. When I started as a young person who was trying to drive climate action in Enugu State, I found it very weird that people would look at me so, like, what is she saying? And that was like 5 years back. So you can imagine that you see a random young person in Enugu, they don't know what the SDGs are. So I had to go back to basics. I started from talking to them about the SDGs, going to schools, public schools, just to talk to them. And I was just doing it alone, on my own. I had no support and all of that. So what I did was, what I found that was useful, Enugu State has about 2 federal universities, the University of Nigeria, which I finished from, and they have two universities, the Federal University and the state. So I was able to go back to my school, right, as an alumni, to get young people, like volunteers from my department, to say, oh, look at what I want to do. I went to Lagos for my NYC, I'm back now, and these are the conversations that I've seen happening in Lagos. You know, like you said, by association, right, on going to Lagos, I learned, right, and coming back home, I was able to now localize it. So I started to bring them close and say, can we do this? When it's a weekend, can we go to a popular market and do cleanup? Can we do advocacy? Can we begin to talk to our people, especially on circular economy, right? On waste management, proper waste management. Nigeria generates about 35 million tons of plastic waste. We are choking in plastic. We are ninth globally when it comes to the countries that contribute to plastic pollution. That's like a big problem. We are sitting on a time bomb if nothing is done about it. You see a typical Nigerian, they sit in their car and they fling their plastic bottles after use. So they do not have the culture. There's a problem with behavioral pattern. So I wanted to drive that behavioral change. So I started to talk to people. I just talk to them. I go to radio stations. And then how I was able to get these people is that I've been doing community service, community responsibility for a long time, right? I do cleanup campaigns, I do tree planting. I just tie them to some of the global events or local events that are happening in Nigeria. So on doing that, they were seeing me. You see people tell you, I've been seeing your effort. I've been seeing you come to this market. You carry young people. Who supports you? And I say, nobody supports us. I do it on my own. And so it has been able to give us that leverage to say, oh, I've been seeing you. So when we went back to the community to say, we want to do this step-down training, we want to have a community dialogue, it was easy for them to really listen to me because action, they say, speaks louder than noise. They've been seeing it. So it was easy for me to convince them to come together that I want to talk to you about this thing. I want to have a town hall meeting with you. How can we help you? We are choking in plastic in this community. There was a time flooding happened. It was the rainy seasons, right? Rain fell, and all of the waste that was generated in that community ended up blocking the drainage system. They were complaining, and I said to them, is it the government who threw the plastic into the gutter? Is it the government who threw it into the waterways? The government has done the infrastructure. All we need to do is to have a maintenance culture. How can we have a maintenance culture when we have a behavioral pattern problem? So I was able to drive home that point. And with doing that, I started the advocacy. So it was easy to bring them together, to listen to you. And then when I started to highlight all of those things, they found reasons with me and say, that's true. They have to be stewards to the environment. They have to be an ambassador to the environment. It's not something to just be a citizen. You have to have civic responsibility to your own environment. So with doing that, that was how I was able to amplify my voice, to get them to listen to me and come for the dialogue. So those are the ways we have been doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ogechi. To just summarize that, I hear starts from where you are. She started 5 years ago, and it looks like it's a journey that was going to end in a day, but she persisted, she continued. And that means that all of us gathered here in the room, we have a role to play. Not only the government, but each and every one of us needs to start from where we are. If it's advocacy, using your social media, telling a friend, going back to your community, just start from where you are. Then if you have access to networks, please maximize and leverage your networks. So we'll be just starting from Honorable to just give final words. We've had an interesting conversation. We've brought together government representatives, International Labour Organization, a youth civil society organization, and also the Fund of NGOs SDGs. It's been an amazing conversation. Do we agree? It's been amazing. So let's wrap it up right here. Just final words around what we've been talking about for some minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again, Praise. I think for me, the key message here is that the youth are the future. And these platforms must continue to yield the dividend. I take Joshua's feedback on how the engagement so far have not exactly, like the NDC 2.0 and even the one before it have not really recognize the role of the youth. So I think this is the perfect opportunity now to go into NDC 3.0, which is due by February. The process of getting feedback is ongoing now. So I think I'll connect with you and make sure that you're plugged into that process, and everyone else as well. I think you're a key resource for that. And then also to do with how we, going forward to COP as well. I think the CSO engagement, there's a need for us to actually do some capacity building. There's a pre-COP being organized. We'll also extend that invitation to you as well. And I think a few days ago as well, there's the National Confab, which is actually focused on youth at the moment. I also think that's something everybody should be aware of and find a way to get involved in that process as well, so we can get the voices out there. All that said, I really appreciate putting this together, and I hope that there will be more of the same in future. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Olamide.
Okay, thank you for that. For the COP 29, I think it's a very good initiative for the youth to be part of it. And if you follow the African group of negotiators, that is what they are advocating, for the youth to be part of any climate discussion. On the part of ILO, moving forward, you know that ILO, one of the strategic working tools of ILO is social dialogue. I remember when the Nigerian Labour Congress or the Workers Association, they were not included in the Climate Change Council. So ILO has to organize platforms for dialogue between those organizations and the workers group. And if you follow that, in the last COP28, all the workers group were accredited to present their work at COP28. So moving forward, the CSOs, Joshua, you mentioned that you have had the difficulty of penetrating into the NCCC, and I would also like to mention here that ILO is also supporting the NDC revision for Nigeria. We have also had a series of meetings with the NCCC, so we can be able to develop some form of bringing the youth society into those processes. And that is what we'll be looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So my final words would be that as young people, I just want to encourage us that, yes, that I understand the barriers and challenges when it comes to trying to contribute meaningfully to economic development. I understand that in a country like Nigeria, that sometimes young people are shut out of rooms, but then you need to continue to be persistent. You need to continue to build on your own resilience. You need to have, a passion for something, right? And so that way you can begin to build upon what you know, build on your strengths, continue to network and make a difference. Like you can be the difference you want to see in your community. All you just need to do is believe in yourself, start whatever action you want to take in climate space, and then continue to advocate. And I know that one day the door that is being so hard would always be open for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to say two things that make me angry. Some young Nigerians are lazy. Power is not served a la carte. Please know that we cannot stop here. Let's not just make it another coming together. We have, and they mentioned NGO SDGs, but it's not just about us. It's about everybody here. Please, let's use the biggest power we have, social media. Let's send messages. Let's talk about these issues, the way that it's pinching you, the way it's paining you. Talk about it. Let's network. One person cannot do it. We all need to work together. I believe and I know that our country is great because of our young people. And it's time for our voices to start to count. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a great way to wrap it up. A round of applause to all our panelists. So we'll be having an opinion poll. Thank you so much. We'll be having an opinion poll that will come up on the screen. It's for you to share your information, share your thoughts and your opinion around young people and climate policy. That will come up later. I just had to leave that here for us. So please, can we take a group picture? A round of applause again for our panelists.
All right, so I know that, please, before I even start, help me appreciate everyone who was on the panel and the moderator as well. Praise, thank you for a job well done. I know that a good number of us are itching to ask questions, right? So what I would have you do so that you don't lose your chain of thought, please pen it down, just scribble it down on a piece of paper. Q&A will happen after the second panel session. You also get to ask questions. So I don't want you to forget the questions you wanted to ask at this point. So please pen it down and we'll do that as well. Don't forget that the poll will be up. Please be a part of it. And I want to encourage you again, don't forget to move your photos, pictures on social media using the hashtag. What is the hashtag for the day? That's quite cold. Come on. What is the hashtag for the day? I like that Naija part. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you very much. We'll be taking the journey video to showcase update presentation now. It will be going on for you to see what have been going on the Climate Action Stronger Naija project. Ogechi, thank you so much for sharing so much insight. And to every other young person who belongs to a civil society organization, always running one, and has been a part of this project, a round of applause. Kudos, kudos, I say to you. So we'll fix our gaze on the screen for the video.
I'm the Executive Director of Citizen Initiative. I want to share my experience and our experience with our team on the Climate Voices for Stronger Naija project. The project has been so amazing, looking at from the step-down training to the community dialogue, where there were a lot of solutions that were being brought out, especially for the community dialogue, especially in the state, Kaduna, that we implement the project in the Kaduna South. We've seen a lot of improvement, especially for the community members right now, coming and instituting climate resilience team currently, and they are trying as much as possible to solve how climate change has really affected them, especially in communities in which we are targeting like Sabo, Rumi, and the likes. The challenges that we've been able to face are challenges in terms of one, language barrier, two, also we have challenges in terms of them knowing and assimilating what is really climate change. Also the climate education, and also the education for the stakeholders, especially the local government. Also, these are some of the challenges for them to be able to have a buy-in of what is climate change and how it's affecting the people. The success story has been so wonderful, and we are also grateful to NG Youth SDG and German Mission in Nigeria for this wonderful program and project. We will continue to be more resilient to see how climate action and climate policies will be localized in our states in Kaduna. And thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Virginia, and I'm the Assistant Project Manager for the Physically Challenged Care Foundation, Special. And I'm here to talk about our journey so far for the Empowering Youth Civil Society to Build Stronger Communities in Nigeria. Our journey so far has been exciting, from the application, selection, step-down training of the CSOs, capacity building training, and now we're here for the community dialogue. We were selected among the 15 CSOs out of the numerous applicants and top 3 in Nasarawa. And we can't wait to develop the local adaptation plan of action, which is LAPA, so it can be beneficial to everyone in Nasarawa State and tackle climate change.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Bayrandi. I'm the founder and chief executive of the United Community, and I'm very excited to share our journey in the Climate Voices Naija project. We are glad to be part of this project. We are selected as one of the 15 big CSOs across Nigeria, the implementing state, and part of the top 3 across Kaduna State. The project has been very exciting and very life-changing. It has been an exciting project and life-changing opportunity for us at United. We've learned from experts and also learn how to develop policies, how to have advocacy strategies, and how to communicate effectively, especially when it comes to climate action, and which will be very important for us in developing local adaptation plan of action. And part of the project, we also conducted the step-down training, which is a 2-day training, 1 day physical and one day virtual and one day physical. We have a vibrant youth CSOs selected across Kaduna Central, which are working around climate action, environment, adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. These youth CSOs have been engaged in various activities, and part of their testimonials is they believe that renewable energy is something that will actually mitigate or even cut down the use of fossil fuel and the raging climate change issues facing Nigeria. We also conducted the community dialogue, which brought 100 people from different communities, different background, different demographic. We have over 20% people from the disability community, and they all share their experiences, they all share how climate change has been affecting their communities, and they are willing to work with us and policy makers to make sure that we achieve this goal of developing the local adaptation plan. Thank you, Nigeria SDGs and the German Mission in Nigeria for this opportunity. We are grateful for being part of this project. Thank you.
My name is Ayomide Oluwashina Adereti. I'm a licensed veterinary surgeon, a writer, and a strong advocate for action against climate change and antimicrobial resistance. I first heard about the Climate Action for Stronger Nigeria project and the Nigerian Youth SDGs network from a connection on LinkedIn who shared one of the adverts for a training program on his page. Immediately I thought, wow, this is such a great opportunity to learn about Nigeria's policies on climate change, especially the National Action Plan and the NDCs from the 2016 Paris Agreement, and to also be competent in climate resilience, adaptation and mitigation strategy. I was fascinated that the program focused on youth action and inclusivity, and that was like a deal breaker for me. My experience doing the capacity building training for youth on the nationally determined contributions and climate action has been nothing short of transformative. It has been engaging, and all the modules were very well structured. I got to understand the basics of climate change, the drivers and the socio-economic impact on Nigeria. I got to learn about Nigeria's current climate policies and the translation of them into reality, about youth engagement in climate policy with emphasis on how me as a young change maker could leverage my digital literacy and social media presence for wider public engagement in critical issues concerning climate change. I also learned how to identify critical stakeholders, sensitize uninterested stakeholders to the threat of climate change, and how to initiate meaningful collaborations and amplify passionate but objective voices that want to make a difference in our community. As an individual, I'm going to translate what I've learned through my research and via engagement with my connections on various social media platforms. I would utilize my writing skills to spread the word in my poems, in my short stories, as well as in my scholarly projects. As a serial volunteer, I'm hoping to broaden my volunteering efforts so that I can actually be on ground to help my community. And it's safe to say that if I have the opportunity, I will participate in this training again. I got the chance to interact with
mitigate the climate. And a big shout out and thank you to our supporters. We have the embassy for...
All right. My name is Ibrahim Samaida. I'm the Executive Director of Agama Center for Peace and Development. And I'm happy to be part of this program on climate change. And when participating in this training, the knowledge gained from this training will impact our work in the community, because we also go to cascade the training to our community volunteers, our stakeholders at the community level, because climate change should be everybody's business, because of the changes we are having in our society today that even affect our agricultural sector, our farming method. A lot of people need to be educated on climate change so that we can reduce the impact, the negative impact on people in our various communities. And this will bring about sustainable development and economic empowerment for our people. I am particularly happy with the Stronger Nigeria Climate Action Project, because they have come into our state today, empower civil society to step down this knowledge to various communities in Nasarawa State. So I am happy and I want to appreciate the project and their partners for supporting this project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. I thought you were going to clap. All right, thank you. So basically, the Empowering Youth Civil Societies to Build Stronger Community in Nigeria project is generously supported by the German missions in Nigeria, and this was a project, it's just to give us a background information before we go on to the next phase. So, oh, okay, all right. So this project was launched in June, and what we're trying to achieve with it is actually to work with youth-led organizations that work for women because of the feminist theory, right? And also to get to involve young people in the amendments of the National Adaptation Plan and NDCs that will be reviewed in next year, so that young people get to know more about this. Because I remember when we put up the application and we asked young people, have you guys heard about NAP and NDCs before? So many people said no. Maybe I should even take a poll here. How many people have heard of NAP and NDCs before? Can we raise up our hands? Oh, only a few, as expected, right? So what we are trying to achieve is young people get to know more about these policies. Climate change affects us, right? It affects everybody, irrespective of your class, your social class or economic power. And in that case, we need to be involved in these policies that are being implemented or being developed, just so that our voices also are captured in it. Because at NGU says this, what we believe is young people's voices should be amplified for this kind of thing. And when they have the knowledge and the skills, right, they will be able to go out there to advance youth-led change, and also be able to ensure that everyone's voices is actually captured in all of these things that generally affect us. And since June, when this project was launched, we've actually been able to onboard 15 youth civil society organizations. Let's clap, let's clap. So we've onboarded 15 youth civil society organizations where they cut across Kaduna, Nasarawa, Ondo, Enugu, and Delta states. They are all here. We started this summit yesterday. They gave presentation of some of the things that they've done so far. Amazing work. Please, let's clap for the CSOs. Let's clap for them. Today is for them. It's for you all to actually get to celebrate and also meet with them. So they went through the capacity building session, right? Where we had we engaged 5 expert facilitators who actually took them on these sessions. And they all affirmed that the training was actually very, very instrumental. We had a meeting yesterday where we were just sharing our stories in an informal setting. And most of them expressed that that was actually one of the favorite parts of it, because they were able to take in solid information that helped them to not take it on into their community by stepping down the training. That was the testimonial that was being showed, because they were trying to, to take what they've learned to other people. And so far, all of these CSOs, they've actually trained at least 10 CSOs in their states. Please, let's clap for them again. At least. So that means that some of them trained more than 10 CSOs. And also through the project, we've also been able to train over 300 young people as well. So let's clap for ourselves as well. So, and today, we're going to be talking about the next steps. But for this phase, we want to celebrate their achievements so far, for what they've done, the step-down training and the community dialogue. And I'm going to call on stage the ambassador, ma'am, to help us to celebrate the CSOs for some of the achievements and milestones they've achieved so far. So the first CSO I'll be calling is Yandite Community. Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Yandite Community. Yandite Community. Let's clap for them now. Save the Slum Initiative. Save the Slum Initiative. Sorry, please wait. Save the Slum Initiative. The Macrisa Foundation for Women and Girls. Ecosystem SourceNet. Please, let's be fast about it. Building Blocks for Peace Foundation. Sorry, Makrisa. I think they should. All right, Echo Source Net. Echo. Oh, all right. Building Blocks for Peace. The Physically Challenged Care Foundation. Please let's clap for them. Plug in Nigeria. Plug in Nigeria Club. Eco Cyclers. Society for Improvement of Rural People. Yeah, she's here. Plug in Nigeria Club. Okay. Eco Cyclers. All right. Society for, okay, all right. The Green Institutes, Aqua Word. Kids and Teens, ACAD. The Green Institutes. Destiny. Aquaword. Aquaword. Kids and Teens. ACAD. African Center for Climate Action. All right, all the CSOs, can you please come outside all together so that you can take a good photograph, please? Let's come out. Let's be fast about it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. For us to get to know more about the next steps and how you can benefit, I would advise you to stay to the end of the program. You know, one of the panelists already said there's a seed funding for young people. So at the action planning session, we're going to talk more about what is next for us on this project and how we all can get to benefit. Thank you once again.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for this wonderful achievers. Please, let's celebrate them once again. So I'm going to ask us to do something real quick. I know that we love our phones. There's a lot of information that we're trying to catch up on. But I want us to do something real quick, and I want you to indulge me, okay? When I find myself in a space like this and we're talking about sustainable development goals, I like to want to see and know in the room how aware we young people are about the SDGs. So what you do for me right now, first, if you have a handbag, help me slip your phone into your handbag. If you don't, you can put it in your pocket. Because I don't want you to do a joro with what you want to do now. And I know that a lot of people will quickly go to Google. So help me. Or better still, you can pass your phone to your neighbor. It's password. Just tell your neighbor, hold it for me for 2 minutes. Have we done that? Have we done that? All right. So we're going to go this group, this group. We're going to run through the SDG goals from 1 to 17. Keep your phone away from you. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we echo the last one together. Are we ready? Are we ready? Exam, you have come. All right. This road, we'll start with you. SDG 1. If they don't get it, please. SDG 1. SDG 2. SDG 3. SDG 4. Somebody should please cover this thing that is behind me. SDG 5. SDG 6. 7. 7. 8. The number of people that are speaking in this room. SDG 9. The voices are dropping. SDG 9. SDG 10. 11. 12. Let's take it again. SDG 12. 13. I think everyone in the room should echo SDG 13. That's impressive. Now let's go back. 13. 14 now. Okay. 14. 15. 16. Take that again. And the last one, everyone. SDG 17. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Amazing. So please collect your phone back from your neighbor. But that's not permission to press your phone. I want us to really pay attention so that we don't lose out on anything, okay? Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I really appreciate the energy in the room. We'll go on now to the next item on the agenda. It's the plenary session 2, the second one to be precise. And the topic is youth leadership in climate action. We'll be looking at strategies for influence and impact. And we have wonderful individuals, experts who are going to be speaking to us on that this morning. Please give me a minute. Okay. Right, so like I mentioned, the topic for this plenary session is the youth leadership in climate action, looking at strategies for influence and impact. And the panel moderator is Shamshiwa Umar, the coordinator, Special Physically Challenged Care Foundation. Please help me appreciate her. Shamsia Umar is a passionate, please help me. Shamsia, please, I beg your pardon. Thank you for that correction. So let me take it again. Shamsia, correct? Thank you so much. Shamsia Umar is a passionate advocate for sustainable development and social inclusion. At the forefront of our efforts is the Special Physically Challenged Care Foundation, an organization she founded to advocate for the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Through the foundation, Shamsia and her team have made significant strides in positively impacting the lives of young girls, women, and individuals with disabilities, fostering a more inclusive society where equal opportunities
and reduce inequality are prioritized. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate Shamsiya Umar. Please, a round of applause for that. Now I'd like to welcome our panel speakers. I'll start with Friday Ogezi, a climate justice advisor with Action Aid Nigeria. Friday Onminyi Ogezi is a development professional with 14 years of progressive experience in development programs. He has vast experience working in development and humanitarian context, and has over the years provided technical support to local and international organizations. Currently, he is the climate justice advisor for the Strategic Partnership Agreement Program, with focus on accountable governance, climate justice, humanitarian response, youth in crisis at Action Aid International, supporting the West African region, that's Nigeria and Liberia, to advance the climate change work with women and youth in focus. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Friday Ogezi. The next panel speaker that I will be welcoming is Chinwe Oke Abua. Chinwe Oke Abua is a seasoned economist and policy advocate with a career spanning over a decade in supporting local and international governmental initiatives. She currently works with the policy and advocacy team at One Campaign Nigeria, where her public policy expertise is instrumental in driving impactful change. Focusing on development finance and health outcomes, Chinwe Oke spearheads advocacy efforts to secure the necessary investment for economic prosperity and improved well-being across Africa. Previously, Chinwe Oke contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic landscape as an economist at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Her technical acumen was pivotal in supporting the drafting of the landmark petroleum industry bill. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Chinwe Oke Abua. With a round of applause, please. You're welcome, ma'am. And the last but not the least, Lucky Abeng is an enthusiastic sustainable development practitioner, environment and climate justice campaigner with over 5 years of experience working in the environment and development sector. Currently, he works as a climate justice research lead with a keen interest in promoting youth and marginalized group inclusion, amplifying indigenous knowledge in climate action. Lucky has held positions such as chairperson, grassroots engagement and participation with passion of promoting meaningful youth engagement in the UNFCCC processes, the Commonwealth International Youth Task Force team, member and program lead for Commonwealth Youth Forum in the year 2022. And in 2023, Lucky supported the implementation of the inaugural Youth for Adaptation Finance for Africa. That's the YOFAFA in Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Lucky Abeng. So I'm going to hand over the microphone now. This will work.
Thank you very much, Morenike. Oh, Morenike, oh, it's a 1-1 thing now. I return the energy. Hi, thank you very much for having me. I'll be your moderator for today, like Morenike gladly introduced. And our panel topic is youth leadership in climate action, strategies for influence and impact. You agree with me that youth leaders are the ones driving change in the economy now. I want to be very biased. If you agree with me, just raise up your hand. We are the ones driving change in the whole world. Let me put it that way. We are the ones driving change in the whole world. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'll dive in quickly to save time. My first question will go to Mr. Friday. I can understand, okay, there's the mic here. I can understand that you have an extensive background in humanitarian response and working with vulnerable populations. So we want to know how you think governments and organizations can prioritize needs of communities and that are affected, that are most affected, yes, by climate disasters and losses, particularly in Nigeria?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity and the organizers as well. I thank you all for pushing for the climate action. So basically what we are talking about is no longer an emergency, right? What you know already is not an emergency to you. Yes, we know that the climate issues are all over, but I think the challenge here is about planning, yeah? So the question is, where are the contingency plans? We already know what the issue is. We already know what the challenge is. We are feeling the impact. We are seeing it happen. But have government consciously put in place mechanisms to address this? This is the challenge. And in some cases where these mechanisms are in place, have they been fully implemented? We talk of the NDCs, we talk of the National Adaptation Plan, we even talk about the ecological funds. We have all of this in place. How many of these resources have been channeled towards supporting these people? I want to even start from this room where we are today. Even for some of us that are activists in these areas, how many rural community people are in this hall? These are the most affected. And you see, you can't solve my problem without involving me or engaging me. So I think government needs to, first of all, put in place what I call a contingency plan. Yes, we cannot mitigate climate change. It has come. It has come to stay. But how do we build resilience in the face of climate change? Yes, if you check the global, statistics, we are contributing less as a country to the issue of climate change, but we suffer the most. So all we are trying to do in the fight against climate change and climate justice is simple. Why we are faced with these challenges that have been posed on us by the people out there, can we also try to build resilience and not at all contribute again? So this is what the discussions we are talking about. So government can, my one word is to say climate financing. This is what we are talking about. Channel the resources into climate finances. There are youth and community-led initiatives. We have talked about a lot of them. How many has government been able to scale up? How many of them have accessed funding to support the initiative they have? These are the people that are faced with the challenges. They understand how best to survive with it. And they've initiated certain ways of surviving. How can we scale up this? So government needs to also scale up youth-led alternatives, women-led alternatives, and also ensure that they fund climate issues in Nigeria. I think this is just the way forward. Thank you very much.
What I picked from everything you said is inclusivity. Because, like you said, there's no how we are advocating for maybe climate-induced losses of people at the community, and we don't have them at the table to talk, yes. So, with that being said, my next question is going to Lucky. Yes. Yeah. There's a mic there.
You can use this.
Okay. Please, can we have one extra mic over here? Technical. Oh, okay. Okay. I can, as someone who is passionate about including marginalized groups in climate action, what strategies do you recommend actually for ensuring that youths, especially those from underrepresented communities, have meaningful seats at the table in climate policy discussion? Because like Joe equally said, even on the NAP and NDC documents, there's very little, the NAP, let me be precise, there's very little reference to youths. The youths in general, not even to talk about underrepresented youths, yeah? There's just 16 places where youths have been mentioned. So now I'm going to underrepresented youths. How do you think they can have a seat at the table in climate policy discussions?
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question. Let me first of all say a very big thank you to the organizers of this convening. It's actually timely, and as a young person myself, who have been in this space having conversations, we have experienced a couple of these conversations. I listened to the SSA, to the president on climate change, and I wished he was here. How many of you have looked at the portal for COP29 that was designed by the government? Okay, 2-3 persons have. If you look at that portal, young people are already marginalized. First of all, if you look at it. The second group of persons that have been marginalized are civil society. If you look at the people who can put in for badges, It's either government, MDAs, and the private sector. So first of all, young people have been marginalized. Then if you look at the presentation from the SSA himself, talking about the priorities of Nigeria at COP29, young people were also marginalized. The government of the day doesn't have the interest or contribution of young people at heart. So we set that straight, that young people are already marginalized, and we are really, really excited when they quote that statistics that 60% of our population are young people. We're a youthful nation, and the list goes on. In 2021, I was part of those who worked with the government to revise the Nigerian NDC. And it's high time we put out those information, the right information out there. We did go to the 6 geopolitical zones. Before 2021, Nigeria's NDC had 5 priority sectors. Then, after the revision and the final submission to the UNFCCC around July of 2021, 2 additional sectors were added: waste and wash. Those additions were due to the tenacious effort of young people across the 6 geopolitical zones. And I think if you're a young person in this hall, you should give yourself a round of applause. I started my engagement.
Sorry, hold on. That applauding was very low.
Well, young, they're also marginalized. I started my engagement with the Commonwealth, engaging with young people with a passion to push for meaningful youth engagement. 2 years down the line, I then discovered that there's need to move from meaningful youth engagement to meaningful youth investment. Nobody is going to give young people a seat at the table. So one strategy that I now take very keenly and important to push is the strategy of developing a bottom-top approach. If you're in Abuja as a young person, or if you're in Lagos as a young person, the odds are for you to have engagement with the government, the odds are really high. But when you look at young people who are from Cross River, then there are organizations and youth-led organizations from Cross River, they hardly get engagement or even get invitation to be part of the process. The Commonwealth Secretary General said at COP26 in Glasgow that the climate crisis that we are facing today was caused by juniors, and it will also take juniors to address the climate crisis. However, we need to invest in young people. Back to your question on influencing policies. I want to ask in the hall today if there's any policy framework around climate change that the government have developed that had young people in the entire process. Fine. The highest you will see as a young person is to be called to validation workshop. So what are you validating? A process you are not part of. So you can't even influence the process because your input was not part of the process of developing even such frameworks. When we revised the NDC in 2021, in Northwest, we used Kaduna. I can remember vividly well. It was a presentation of what consultants have done, right? But there were rooms for input. And I'm aware that a space was given for young people, civil society, driven by young people. to have their input. And I can't say if their input were captured and imputed in the document, but we do know that Nigeria revised our NDCs, and there was, to some extent, involvement of civil society. But capacity is key. I watched the video before the certificate presentation. For me, the hero in that video is the lady on green shirt, who was trying to get her thoughts together, and then she said, "Court."
Yeah.
Same thing with young people. Influencing policies in Nigeria can be a difficult task. It requires a lot of resources. However, I am championing that there is need to start adopting bottom-top approach. Bottom-top approach because if you are trying to write a concept note today, climate change, focus concept note, you would depend on either the IPCC for data. If you streamline it down to the continent, it could be very difficult to get verifiable data of climate change realities as it affects Africa. Then if you come down to national level Nigeria, it could be very difficult because we also have a problem with capacity building, we have a problem with research and development, we have a whole lot of problems cut across. However, influencing the policies of climate change, because those that are most impacted by the impact of climate change are those in the frontline communities. However, people at the National Assembly or at the, how many of us have have a copy of the Nigerian Climate Change Act? So you can see that even the information, access to information, to even create awareness to influence policies are very low. Yeah. So the strategy I think we need to adopt is a bottom-top approach that creates an opportunity for a wider scale of engagement. A lot of young people from other sub-regions would have loved to be part of this conversation, yes, sharing their stories, sharing their beautiful, amazing work. There are some who have not even heard about climate change or even Nigeria's priorities to understand where they come in. So in influencing climate change policy, there is need to now create that solid bottom-top approach, which I think is a framework that we are not even ready to talk about yet. It creates a platform for as many young people that are not in Abuja, I would say again, and in Lagos, to be part of the process and say this and this and these are the things that should be included, and not just a consultancy-based policy framework that we currently have in Nigeria. I'll stop here while we continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucky. What I picked from what you said was the bottom-top approach, and it's very good we invite that into our policies and how to go forward. And because you talked about data, my next question goes to Chinwe. As a seasoned economics and policy advocate, what role does finance play in youth-led climate initiative that also promotes economic growth?
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Before I start speaking, I'm happy Friday was talking about marginalized people. I see Morenike and himself with this tag, and I feel marginalized. So before we end, I should be leaving here with one of them. But good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for putting this together. Before I get to my question, I'm excited that you talked about bottom-top approach, because at the One campaign, we're very passionate about advocacy and the power of it. And so we have a group of young people that we train across Africa. We call them our champions. And we empower them with tools to engage with their lawmakers in their different states. Again, I'm very excited about the cohort that just happened, because it wasn't just people from urban metropolitan towns, and it was across Africa. We had people coming from villages from the Congo and Kenya, just to ensure that we're making space for everybody's voice to be heard. But in terms of development finance, money is important. That's the truth. people tend to, I've noticed this recent trend when you talk about ODA, and people tend to shy away from it because they're like, we're tired of aid. You know, we're tired of asking the developed countries for money. But the truth is, if you look at the current state of countries across Africa, you have 22 African countries on the verge of debt distress already. Domestic resource mobilization is, I'll spare you economic terms, but DRM is suffering. What happened in Kenya, the young people uprising was really Ruto trying to raise resources from the local economy, but there's inflation, people are already stretched. I can't be stretched going to the market every day with palpitations and you are telling me that you want to increase the price of tax and the price of bread. How? People are agitated. So whether we like it or not, development finance is really key in addressing climate change. But three things I would like to highlight, because we talk about the DFI and it's, again, English up in the air. When you're advocating for DFI, we can start to put concrete ask behind the things that we're asking for. First, we're asking for smart aid. We're not saying come and give Africans money, we're not begging. But young people are creative, they have the solutions. Every quarter or every other day in the news, you see a young person in one village somewhere, he has tinkered with one solution to address one problem, but there's no money to scale it. And we can say, okay, do you know what? Give us money to empower scalable solutions that young people are coming up with. Let there be a dedicated fund to this. This is something we can ask for. We can ask to say, again, education. So you come up with a solution, you don't know how to scale it, you're not sure where it should go, you're not sure business development. There can be a fund dedicated to capacity building and education on how to scale creative solutions for young people. Finally, addressing climate with creative solutions is expensive. If you've ever built a prototype of anything in tech, you will first build the prototype first, then you go and demonstrate it, then you need money to show people, to show investors that it works. And these are social solutions, they are not profit-driven. So we need DFI to plug the gap in risk mitigation. I used to work in the oil and gas sector. If you got an allocation for oil and gas, you get a bank guarantee that if your project failed, the bank will cover your sunk costs. We need to start adopting that sort of thinking around financing for climate creative solutions. We can have funds that address mitigation risk so that even when private sector wants to invest in these solutions, they are assured that at least there's a minimum money back guarantee. Yeah. So these are the ways that DFI can really support young people in scaling creative solutions for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chingwe. Money is truly important, like you mentioned. And because you talked about aid, donors, funding, I'm curious to ask Friday, because he has been someone who has worked with donors, like the USAID, UNHCR, and even the ActionAid at the moment. What are some of these effective strategies, for youth leaders to engage both local communities and the international donors in creating sustainable grassroots climate solution that is locally owned and globally supported?
All right. Thank you so very much for that question. I think this is some of the challenges that we are having for climate actors. You are in a climate change, or maybe you are a climate change activist, but to be frank, clearly you don't even know what you're doing. Every context matters. If you take intersectionality and you want to add it, just take a sample of the youths. How does climate change affect the different facets of the youths? There are people who are, physically challenged. There are people who are in the rural areas, there's who are in the urban. Yes, you are working with you, but which specific area are you trying to address? So donors don't just throw their monies anyhow. They have their interests, they have their overall goals. They are also accountable to where they are getting their monies from. But if your solution is able to demonstrate sustainability, adaptability, scalability, what it means is that the people are easily able to understand, and it's proven that this solution is sustainable. What it means is that it can, run and run again, and the people understand it. So with little resources, let me give you an example. My role in ActionAid currently is to support Liberia and Nigeria climate justice work. So what are we doing? For agriculture, the issue is the industrial agriculture, which also contributes to energy issues that we're talking about. You know, there are two issues in the climate change issue. Energy sector, which is the biggest contributor, and also the industrial agriculture. So the alternative to agriculture that we are trying to work on is agroecology. And what does agroecology do for young people? With agroecology, you don't need to invest much in high input costs. You can't buy the fertilizers to farm now, right? So organically within your community, you are able to do this. Within last year and this year, we've trained over 60,000 people across 5 states in Nigeria. And how did we do this? We trained, we had people who call trainer of trainers. When we train, you go train 50 persons in your community. So we're able to reach that target. And what are we doing with agroecology? It's simple. The local resources that you have within you, you can utilize it to produce crops at your level. Currently, we're having farmers' headers crisis. You can't even go to the farms farther away from you. Agroecology also encourages urban farming. And it was interesting to see even people who are physically challenged with their wheelchairs, the spaces within their houses, they're able to grow crops, little things that could also support them. You could also use the plastics that we throw away and all of that to do your urban farming and all of that. And agroecology helps diversification. We don't encourage monocrop in agroecology. What does that mean? We don't want you to plant a crop and you now wait for 6 months, 9 months before you harvest to go and sell. Agroecology practices ensures that within 2 to 3 weeks, there's something to harvest to take to the market. It's either the pepper is ripening or the tomato is ripening or the garden egg, something little that could bring farmers out of poverty, diversify, their production, and also issues of high input costs, labor-saving technology, which you don't have access to, are mitigated. And for us, we are driving a public-private partnership approach to this in terms of funding and scaling up agroecology. Globally, this is the drive. So for young people, how can you harness those resources? Yes, you are doing climate activities. Those involved in agriculture, can you check online and check for donors who are funding agroecology? Huge funding for agroecology on right now. Can you check for those fundings? And look for those young people who are farmers, who their livelihood depends on the weather and cannot get the minimum yield they are expected from their farms anymore. How can you do that? Secondly, within the context that you are working, what is the prevailing climate issues? For some people, it's too much rainfall, right? For some people, they don't have the rains. So the issues are different. What exactly do you want to work on? And if you align your thoughts with the donor's thoughts, I think it's easy. Then I think area of also proposal writing comes in, yeah? We need to be intentional to build our capacities around writing grants, yeah? So it's different from the normal reporting that we write. What do you need to? You can write 50 pages, and I bet you somebody write 3 pages and he gets the grant. Yeah. So it's not the grammar. What exactly is the issue? So understanding what we want to address is key to also, mobilizing the resources that we want to get and also leveraging on donors' funding. Yeah. So this is just my take. Thank you.
Specific area solution. It's really important for one to be very specific about this particular problem you want to provide solution to. And that takes me back to Chinwe, honestly, because, given the Africa's growing youth population at the moment, what role do you see the green jobs and sustainable industry playing in driving both economic transformation and climate resilience?
Okay. Every time we think of climate, there's this doom and gloom narrative that goes on. But I think that Africa has the solutions, and it would really address our unemployment problem. Unfortunately, Honorable Olamide is not here because I wanted to ask him that while it's great that Nigeria is thinking of gas as an alternative to PMS, the petroleum industry doesn't really create that many jobs if you look at it. So when you're adopting solutions, you should adopt solutions that are context specific. We have a high number, so statistics say traditional economy provides 3 million jobs annually across Africa, across Nigeria. We have 10 million young people entering the labor market approximately every year. So you have a gap of 7 million jobs that don't exist according to the traditional economy, as it is resource dependent, a little service here and there. You have 1/3 of young people in Nigeria unemployed. The other 1/3, the employment is shaky because your guy can wake up tomorrow and say he has closed shop, he's going, right? And then the other third don't have jobs. So the green economy holds so much potential, but we shouldn't just think of it in terms of job. There's intersectionality. We need to change the way we think about our education. So, because it's typically finish school, come out, get some small tech skills here and there, then start doing graphic designer or looking for job. That's what it is. That's the average Nigerian dream. But the green economy holds so much potential. If you start training people and adopting it to say, look, you can get technical skills. You can become a solar project manager. There's a solar project in Morocco that created 2,000 direct jobs, electricity, 2,000 direct jobs, and then think of all the other jobs that will be created because communities around that solar project now have access to electricity. You have barbing salons, you have places people can charge their phones, you have different other solutions that come up just because of renewable energy. People can be trained on becoming wind turbine technicians as well. You know, we have to start thinking about how we can adapt our education to the current reality. And basically, what's economic development? People have access to jobs, people have access to better quality of life.
Yeah.
They can afford to pay their bills. Then the government can come and say, okay, now you have jobs so we can increase tax.
Yeah.
Because you can't put the cart before the horse. Before you start talking about GDP to tax ratio, let people have jobs first. Where are we going to find the jobs? The traditional economy is only giving us 3 million. We have a gap of 7 million. This is where green jobs come in. Renewable energy technician, waste management, recyclers, urban development planners. He talked about, Honorable Amade talked about smart grids. And I'm thinking, if we're rolling out new meters right now, why are we not thinking of rolling out meters that can feed back electricity into the grid long term when we put solar panels in people's houses that are generating more than they need? Because these are solutions that we can frankly adapt and people can still make money from them. In California, if you're feeding energy back to the grid, the government gives you some form of subsidy.
Yeah.
These are low-hanging fruits of technology that already exists that we can adapt without spending so much money. So that's where green jobs come into for economic development. Thank you.
There's definitely a lot of green jobs you should leverage on. And it then brings us back to, as an individual, you're a leader on your own. And with leadership in place, I am going back to Lucky. I can understand that you've had leadership roles, both in UN, FCC processes, and the Commonwealth Youth Forum. How can young leaders ensure that the issue of losses and damages, particularly in vulnerable communities, receive the attention it deserves in global climate negotiations? Just in brief, please.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. For those who have been following the climate change conversation, or the UNFCCC processes as we would call it, Africa in the last 5 years, going to each of the COP, have had key specific requirements or demands, as you would call it. But at COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh, we saw our biggest breakthrough, which was the adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund. It was adopted and agreed at COP27 on the African soil in Sharm el Sheikh. However, to operationalize that fund, it was pushed over to COP28, which was one of the first decisions that was taken at COP28 to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. And we saw countries, Annex 1 countries, as you'd call it, or developed countries, making commitment. And we left COP28 with about 700 plus USD committed to the Loss and Damage Fund. Now, these funds are supposed to respond to issues that frontline communities face around loss and damage. It then takes us back to the conversation of awareness, capacity building, what even constitutes loss and damage that would qualify to receive some of those funds. Holding leadership positions and seeing how leaders can ensure the issue of loss and damage, first of all, it still brings us back to the adopting a bottom-top approach. Because climate impact happens in frontline communities. Sadly, we saw what happened in Maiduguri, and everybody wanted to talk about Maiduguri. There were annual flood outlook that was released, but how well were they communicated to frontline communities? While communicating, how well were they informed that there is X and Y, XYZ funds that could be assessed? Then from assessment and conversations here and there, media interviews, we started hearing there are monies, there are monies, there are monies. However, leaders that would take up this conversation are incapacitated with access to government to say these are the issues. Even access to state government, who are first custodian, are difficult for young people to access. So there is that need for continuous, one strategy would be continuous capacity development, even though I think we should move to youth investment, like I've always said. There is need for capacity development that is inclusive. Our capacity development are not as inclusive, unfortunately, as we would see. It looks to me as if there's a set of young people, or there's a set of persons who would always be on every platform when it comes to capacity development.
Definitely.
And then you won't also blame some of the strategies that we are seeing, and some of those strategies are even making us marginalized as young people, because you want to cut off people who probably would want to exhibit muscle to always be at platforms. So there is need now to, because for me, I feel the loss and damage conversation is still as abstract to a lot of young people as possible, just like we have with the global stock take. A lot of this conversation are still as abstract, so it's going to be difficult to have youth leadership representation or even project issues of loss and damage. As one of the issues of loss and damage would even be access to job as young people. It's a loss incurred by young people because of the impact of climate change. But also the ILO guy who was here talked about green jobs. Even the green jobs, how accessible are they to, they are still abstract conversation to leaders in frontline communities. If you meet a young person and talk about green jobs, I will tell you, the best they will tell you is solar. But I think we can, we have to move beyond just solar.
Solar, yeah.
Because we have also seen some of the shortfalls around some of this conversion. So the thing is for us to deepen capacity in a way that is inclusive. We want to see conversations around loss and damage that would bring youth leaders from frontline communities, come, share their experience, design frameworks. We recently saw the government, I was part of the government team that developed this Article 6.2 framework for Nigeria. If you look at that framework as well, a lot of forest-dependent communities have a role to play in Nigeria's carbon market, but you hardly see them in the conversation. So when you have consultant develop framework, it then becomes very difficult to implement some of this framework and even monitor and evaluate its impact. And I'm afraid we might see that with the loss and damage fund conversation if we truly do not make it nationally inclusive. By inclusivity, I mean having state government and local government inclusion in the entire process of even assessing some of the funds. Before I round up, the loss and damage fund we're talking about, there's a fund.
Can you round up?
Yes, I'm rounding up now. The GCF fund. A couple of us in this hall would know about the GCF. The mechanism of assessing the GCF says it has to go through national NDAs, like you will call them. How many young people have access to NDAs to be able to access some of these funds? So the barriers we see in some of the climate finance mechanism, I'm afraid we might see them even with the loss and damage fund that you've mentioned. But this is why conversations like this are really necessary for young people to unpack the barriers and also provide solutions they think government. And if they don't listen to you, then you go to the internet and call them out and tag the UNFCCC. Thank you.
So I want you to hold on to the mic because you said so much and it kind of just took me through your next question, and I want you to just like 1 minute please, because we're running out of time. With your experience working with African continent, yeah? What strategies, like again, I know you've mentioned inclusive capacity building and even top-bottom approach, or bottom-top approach rather. What strategies can youth leaders employ to scale up successful climate action initiative, different from African countries? Just in like a minute, even if it's just a word, just highlight the word for us.
Youth-led research and development is really key. We don't have that currently. At the African Climate Week in Libreville in 2022, we had the opportunity as young people to present the climate justice torch to the Minister of Environment for Gabon. That particular campaign, I know young people are really interested in advocacy. It's not bad. But I've also been an advocate of young people transitioning from advocacy to core implementation. But then there need to be that building of nexus of those who want to be advocate and then those who want to be core policy expert. There is a very vibrant strategy you will see in East Africa. They have a very robust and open system of inclusion. Climate finance in East Africa, Kenya, as an example, is administered by subnational level that they call county levels. In our context, it's called the state government.
Yeah.
But when you get down to Nigeria, everything is almost at the national level, and that is why we need to look at decentralizing. Yeah. So my response would be encouraging youth-led research and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Friday, last question in just 1 minute. I want to understand that you have involved policy advocacy in multiple fronts. Yeah. How can youth leaders effectively influence policymakers to prioritize climate justice? In just 1 minute, please, so that you can run.
Thank you so much for that question. I think in 1 minute, I would just say, do your research properly, right? You want to advocate for something and you don't have information about that thing. The person you are going to meet, you don't even have information about the resources the person has. So how will this work? So most times we say the government did not respond to us, but when you have, for instance, let me give an example as I round up. If I am advocating for a particular cause and I know that there's a budget line, that there's money on that platform, as I meet you, I will tell you where the money is. That's why I'm advocating for you. So we need adequate research to have effective advocacy, and we'll see the change that we want to see happen. Then we need to build movement so that we can build the power in us to dismantle the power against us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Friday. Last question for Chinwe. Please, just 1 minute, quickly. Climate change has a direct impact in public health, especially in Africa. How can youth leaders integrate climate advocacy with efforts to improve health outcomes? Just in 1 minute, please.
Okay, so I'll give an example with Aproko Doctor leading the charge on NCDs. He first started with Nkechi, don't eat bread. All of us were laughing. But if you know what's happening in Nigeria, we're seeing increasing rises of cases of non-communicable diseases. Young people are dying of heart attack at below 30 now. I come from a family of doctors, and every time my sisters tell me of the cases that they are working on, it's like, how is a young person having stroke? You know, so when it comes to cases that doctors are working on as well, you see changing patterns in terms of the kind of cases that you're dealing with. We had a cholera outbreak. It's still ongoing, but the thing about, okay, if you study public policy, there's what we call agenda setting. Agenda setting, there's a front burner issue, everybody gets tired, and something else hot comes along. All of us here have a platform. It's so interesting. Think about it. In the military era, your parents just read the newspaper, whatever they fed them was fine. Now you can go on Twitter and tweet at your lawmaker. You can complain about something that you're not happy about. When they wanted to increase bank charges, everybody shouted, they dropped it. They want to pass social media bill, we'll shout, they will drop it. It's the same energy we should use when advocating around issues concerning health, changing disease patterns, pandemic preparedness. Ebola and COVID-19 taught us that the world can shut down on you in any time. And so these are the issues that should be on the front burner. And we should not just leave it for climate experts or health experts. Everybody should come together, be your brother's keeper, because if there's flooding in Borno and Maiduguri, they are moving to Abuja. So all of us need to come together to advocate for these issues and ensure that our voices are heard. Little drops will eventually fill the ocean. Thank you.
Everybody should be involved. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. This brings me to the end of our panel session. It was an amazing time with you all. Thank you.
Please permit me to ask that you remain. So we want to take questions and answers now. So they'll be throwing questions at you. Sorry? Yes, you will. I hope Bolu is working on that, by the way. All right, so please, I'll need the help. I'll need the help with passing the microphone. So I will take just 5 questions. So I need the first 5, but I'll make it, we have to balance it out, right? There is nobody wanting to ask questions on this row? Great. So I have 1, 2, so you're number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 and 5, and 6. Please. You can merge your, speak together and find a way to synchronize your questions. All right, so please introduce yourself and throw your question. Let's have the questions and answers now. It's not working.
I think I'm going to come forward. Thank you for the presentation and well done. First and foremost, the first thing I would like for us to really talk about, like an action point to take home, is this. When we really talk about the front line, yes, please. I have a suggestion because of what you mentioned. Like, we are currently also on ground in Maiduguri, Borno State, and the impact of the flooding that you see was not relatively from the climate change part, but was from the infrastructure. So early warning system, early warning response are some of the things that we think we really need to incorporate in all of the systems, especially for climate action and policies. Very, 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 very important. And my question to you is this. Based on our experiences, we see international organizations, international multinational corporation, PPP agreements coming in and out, but the inclusion of CSOs are very little. And if we don't get this inclusion, we are the one on ground. We are the one at the forefront. How are organizations that are here? So I am pleading to you, these panelists that are sitting down here, our guests. In the tea break, we want to hear from you. What are you doing to mitigate these challenges in terms of climate change actions? And how can we partner with you people on some of your innovations, some of your actions, and see how we can be able to help those people on ground? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, my brother, for that question, your responses and your also suggestion. So I want to let you know clearly today that the issue in Maiduguri, if you check the root causes, is climate related. You are only looking at the effects. You are looking at, if you look at the tree, you are looking at the leaf that is falling. But what led to that infrastructural breakdown? So let me shock you, for every 1% global warming, you are accumulating 7% moisture in the air. What happens is that those places that the waters came from had more rains than they have been having. And also they need to release the water. So the effect is affecting our own structure. So it's climate related. You can't run away from that fact at all. If the waters were normal where it was, the dams would not be open for it to let the water go in the first place. So it's related. I think for us, we are open to partnership. I'm glad to hear that a lot of young people are doing a lot. This project also works in Maiduguri. Though I work as an advisory role, but I have the team that also implementing Maiduguri. I hope to be in Maiduguri, I think, next week. Maybe we can connect. We have a youth summit on agroecology happening in Maiduguri. So most likely I'll be there, and I think we can talk more and for other groups. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for your ideas. They are great ideas. I'm a healthcare practitioner, and I want to know if... Oh, I'm Lucy Adebayo, sorry. I want to know if if there's any program or agenda that is geared towards sustainable healthcare practices. You know, each time we talk about climate change, it's always about the environment, but we also have to look at, you know, the healthcare setting. I would like to know if there is any program geared towards that and how there can be partnerships. I'm passionate about advocacy in that area, so I'd like to know if there's a way, you know, that I can partner in such programs.
Okay. Hi, Lucy. Thank you for your question. I'm happy to tell you that the Nigeria Health Watch, one of our health partners, is actually organizing a summit in 2 weeks on the nexus between health and climate. And we will have the Minister of Health there, and we'll have people from the climate space there as well. So I'm happy to connect after this session, and we can talk more about it. Thank you.
Okay, good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Chima Ernest Okoli. I am an education advocate, and I want to thank everybody in the panel for your robust opinions and insights as regards the climate challenge that we are facing. Well, for you, sir, from ActionAid, Mr. Friday, you spoke about us doing research, doing proper research and all of that. You haven't mentioned about Activista, which I'm aware of and I'm a part of. It's the youth wing of ActionAid. Now, I know that there's a lot of work that is going on. There's lots of these cells and states do as regards engaging young people and the youth. But you spoke about research, and for some of us, we have taken out time. I work grassroots communities, and I ensure that these people know at least about the SDGs, and before we can implement anything, they should know what is obtainable, why it's obtainable, and how it affects them. Now, upon research, you mentioned about research and knowing about funding and all of these things. There is a very serious barrier to entry as regards the amount of information online, as regards ActionAid right now. Very few people know about Activista. Very few people know that they can reach out to ActionAid through Activista. And thank you so much, sir. You spoke about Mr. Lucky. Yeah, so you spoke about several youth engagement, youth-led activities that you have had at the national and international level. There are lots of young people, teenagers, young people from teenage age upwards. We do grassroots work, we know. There are people who have skills, who want to volunteer, who actively want to volunteer. We've taught them about LinkedIn. Some of them have taken courses from UNITAR, from UNCC Learn. Well, one of the greatest challenges that we face and they face is that even when they're applying for volunteer opportunities, we seldom get responses. People, oh, okay, you want to volunteer, I've learned this, I've learned that, I've learned advancing sustainable development in practice. And at the end of the day, we just send out emails and try to connect. At the end of the day, seldom do we get any feedback. So how do you think we can tackle that? And thank you so much, ma'am, for one campaign. I wouldn't ask a question. I think I'll just do that personally. I look forward to working with you and connecting with a lot of people who are doing great stuff at the grassroots level to ensure that we can find a nexus between both what we are doing and what your organization has to offer. Thank you.
So thank you so much, my very good friend. ActionAid as an organization takes youth leadership very seriously. So if you hear of Activista anywhere, it's an initiative that ActionAid has taken to push youths into leadership. Currently, the humanitarian manager for ActionAid in Maiduguri, leading multi-billion naira project, is a youth. The project I provide advisory support to in Nigeria and Liberia are led by young people. So Activista is more like we are creating cells of young people who will become leaders beginning from their communities. An ActionAid initiative. It's initiated by us to see how we push young people into leadership position. For instance, we are planning COPs currently. We are trying to cut down the numbers of elderly people that will go for COP29. In fact, right now it's causing crisis. We want young people. And strategically, we have pushed the money for COP to our young people that we're working with so that they sponsor themselves to attend COP. Yes. So it's an initiative from ActionAid. By research, information gathering is also research, right? So observation is also research, right? So we have multiple of these. So if you are a member of Activista, there is no state. ActionAid carries out an activity, and the number one list on our participant is not Activista group. Every state we go to work. I'm leaving this session for another meeting. Activista Abuja will be represented. There's no state work. So it's our initiative, and we are glad to drive it. So if you're having challenges maybe around working with Activista, let us know. We can address those changes, and the other further conversation, we can talk after the meeting. But I think this is our structure, and it's going global, and we are excited about it. Thank you very much.
I know you don't have a question for me, but I'd like to say something. Ogechi's story was really inspiring for me because I find that a lot of times young people are waiting for them to open the door for them. Sometimes make your own table. If you've done volunteering, you've done training, don't wait for anybody to come to you. There's something my CEO always says. She says, when you do good work, people will bring money. But first, especially we are in a trust deficit society where it's easy to create a social media page, post nice pictures, claim that you can do something and you can't deliver. The greatest credibility that you will have is to demonstrate what you've done with the little resources that you've had. And once you're able to do that, you unlock doors. So I think to your young people who are waiting to be accepted, just go ahead and do the work and the opportunities will come to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that question. And I think I understand your frustration. My first grant I got as a young person was £10,000. It was an unsolicited grant. It wasn't through an open application system. I suggested creating a nexus between what an organization was doing and climate change. And they were interested. Started with a building capacity session for young people. The second grant I got, $5,000, was also an unsolicited grant. So I think we now need to go beyond what is the normal. I'll give you this before I drop. We attended the 6th session of UNIA, the General Assembly in Nairobi, Kenya. Then we had a technical session where I asked a question to a rep from the African Union that we don't have youth representation at the AU. And his response would amaze you. I wasn't shocked anyways. He said, you young people are asking for a space at the table. Where do you want us to go to? Force us into retirement? We are not ready yet. So you can see when you ask for a space at the table, beyond asking for a space at the table, you need to offer value as well. Enough of I've done XYZ courses online, very amazing. But beyond that, how can you translate your courses to self-value? And just like the panelists from ActionAid, there are amazing funds everywhere online. But your ability to be able to offer value can give you access to those funding. Thank you.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Godia Amfi. I'm a student of agriculture in University of Jos, and he has answered my question partly because I wanted to ask him what the bottom-top approach really means, and then you started by saying adding value or something just from your last statement. So I just wanted to add more. What can someone do to really bring up or sit at the table, like sit down at the table? And then to you, sir, you said agroeconomy, there are fundings that are available. Agroecologists, yes, okay, there are fundings that are available and they are online, but you know, I've tried to get some of those fundings and I could not really assess them. So what are some of the things I need to do to assess them?
Is it working? Let me give you this one.
Because there are also criteria, right? Every organization has a criteria. You try to apply as an individual, or are you for a grant or and all of that? Yeah. So we can talk. After now, we can talk. But it's good you have what is the food is there, but you also have a process of getting the food, right? So you need to also have that in place. I think that's just the challenge you're facing. But we'll talk after now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amarachi Doris Amoshi, and I'm a graduate of chemical engineering with the dream to have one of the biggest renewable energy industry in Africa. So here is my question. I'm a new person in the climate action world. In fact, the capacity building for the nationally determined contribution is one of the first programs, courses I took on climate action before I started taking other ones from other training industries. So my question now is for someone like me, because I've just been jumping from one course to another, from one site to another. I want to know if people like me have mentorship or guidance from this platform on how to forge ahead, because someone like me, I already have like innovative ideas on renewable energy, but on how to go about it is the problem. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, my sister. I think you have a lot of potentials. The conversation globally now, it's about transitional minerals, right? We're talking about how we can tap our natural minerals and use, and beyond the transitional minerals, we're also looking at putting in place systems that will control the mining of these transitional minerals. We are talking about renewable energy and all of that. If we are not careful, we will cause more problems than trying to solve it. So as an engineer, you stand an opportunity to also support in terms of guidance on mining that it's both eco-friendly and all of that. Then for you, I'm also new. I studied agriculture in my first degree and other whatever, but I went to a series of trainings, practical sessions in and out of country. I learned a lot. It took me time before I also understood exactly what I'm doing and currently doing. So it's going to happen, but keep the faith and keep doing it. You stand a chance to, get.
Yes, so on sitting at the table, you would also agree with me in this hall that there are a lot of fragmentation amongst young people. So the issue of accountability that we also channel towards government that makes them design procedures that are very difficult for us to sit at the table. We also then need to look at accountability among young people as well. So addressing fragmentation amongst young people would even kickstart building a very strong bottom-top approach. That idea of it has to be me as a young person is also costing us a lot of opportunities and access to the table, and these are conversations that I think the organizers of this event should take forward, and I'm also happy and open to speaking further after now. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Shaho. I work with Transparency and Accountability in Totality Initiative there in Kaduna. And yeah, my question goes to Mr. Loki, right? Yes, okay. So I think you draw my attention when you talk about the research regarding nuclear research and developments. This is something that I think is not like a popular discussion around the youth coming up in regarding to advocacy and all of these things. So like briefly, even though I know we're going to connect after this so that I will get more idea regarding how we're going to work on that in my organization, but then briefly, how can you like give us a hint on how we go about this research and development regarding this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For research, and the entire climate change conversation is divided into various tracks. I see that young people are also floating. When it comes to identifying experts in very specific field as young people, it's difficult to pinpoint who to reach out to. And young people, like I said earlier, are more concerned with being identified as climate activists or advocates. It's not bad, it's good. But then there is need to advance or transition from being an advocate and then developing core solid skills. And this can always come, or can come, if you have passion for research. Most of our climate data, like I said, it's either you go to the IPCC or the UNFCCC. Very few data you would see from the African Group of Negotiators. and a few other research institutes. But then narrow it down to the national context, you would not see. So this is a huge opportunity for young people to actually take on the opportunity that research provides. And with even having interest in climate change research, most of my work have been around research, from trying to understand the role of indigenous knowledge, the role of young people, the role of science. You could come up with lots of research, and these are some ways that you could get even answers to climate finance, to finance some of the actions. And I think we can talk further after now. We've been told that
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. So we'll rise now for the group photo before you go. Hold on, photographer, please hold on. So you're supposed to hold the bag. You're supposed to hold the bag. That should do, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate our wonderful panelists for their thoughtful conversation, thought-provoking too. There are a lot of networking that has been, relationships that has been established even in the course of the panel session. Is really great. And I look forward to outcomes, from this event. Please, a round of applause for yourselves as well. We'll be going on the tea break and networking in a bit. But before we do that, can somebody help me with the podium, please? The spoken word will come up. So Kwelemo Inyajo will be doing the spoken word with us. But before she comes up, please let me acknowledge the presence of Victoria Cook. She's here with us. Please, a round of applause, please. She's from the Embassy of the United States of America. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Victoria Cook, please, a round of applause. Let's appreciate her for coming. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go right now into spoken word poetry. And to do that, Pelemo Inyajo, please make your way. Let's appreciate her as she comes up. And right after that, we'll be going for the tea break and the networking. Please, everyone stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. Thank you. You're welcome. Would you want to use the microphone?
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm going to do a piece that's going to be interactive, and I need everybody to be a part of it. So are we good? Can we all do it? So when I say my people, you say waiting happen. Are we all on the same page? Okay. My people, I love the energy. My people. After I heard of the snake that swallowed millions of naira, I didn't believe that there would be a greater show of tragicomedy in Nigeria. Nollywood hasn't failed, neither have the producers of Nigerian memes, but obviously, they have a superior, and that is the Nigerian government, or should I say, the government of UAR. And they are at it again, teaching us that being born into Africa's giant means war. Our bodies were crafted as defense in the fences of our mother's wombs. If there is anything that the human body is good at, it is adaptation. And Nigerians are pros. We have learned to die and resurrect after the wilting of our bones, make dead skeletons weapons for war zones, paint pain as humor. And they try to take that away from us too. I guess it is a Nigerian art to tie tongues that long to loosen the knots of bondage. If you doubt me, let's date back to the massacre at Lekki Tollgate. How could we hear that youths were put to death holding the Nigerian flag up, holding their own nation, their nation, put them 6 feet under? Youths that sowed revolution reaped to death bountifully. Indeed, we are making history with stories that might never get to textbooks. And maybe in centuries to come, this history will be called mythology. You won't find us in those books because those books weren't for truths, and truth is the stone in our throats that we can't gulp down or spit out because it is too heavy to take in and almost impossible to spit out, because speaking up for your rights as a Nigerian is similar to fighting in the front line. No one wants to because we don't want to be the first one to get wiped out. Okay, fine. If this is too formal, we were marching informally through social media before they devised another scheme to render us silent. And every day I wake up thinking, why them just they para for us, in the words of Davido, or maybe it be like we don't they talk too much, but this mouth is social media without the media. Twitter without the hashtags. My medium is my voice, and asking me to tame it would be like asking me how I have the audacity to breathe. My people, my people. My people, my people. After Nigerians are born, we learn 2 things. The first is to fight, and the second is to jackpa, otherwise sakpa, go dry your blood. Consequently, the Nigerian dream is to leave Nigeria, because akara balls are not the only things burning in the fire. The fury heat of our nation has touched us, and we have all been burned again, and not the way the Holy Bible speaks of. We have been fighting, silently wiping away our tears beneath our duvets. Our nation has taught us fear, and we're taught to accept it, adjust to suit injustice, tidy up, go to court, though we will always lose. Our tongues have died dormant in our mouths, learning only how to spit out lies like, last, you go there, all right. Everyone is rushing to study medicine, and after convocation, we have the inability to nurse this sick country to health, and even after law school with the white collar, we have only the right to remain silent. Lawlessness has become the rule of law in Nigeria, striking our callous palms to our chests and reciting a pledge we do not pledge to. How can we be faithful to a country that has rendered us faithless? My people, my people. My people, my people. After I heard of the snake that swallowed millions of naira, I didn't think that my country would have any more tragedy or any more comedy to remedy the tragedy, but here we are again. Now hold on. I'm not here to rant on about our problems. They say Nigerians complain too much, and it's true. But after listing out a litany of reasons, I hope I have convinced you and not confused you to use your voice, because it is your only choice now. This voice is in the seeds we choose to plant in the hearts of people we meet. This voice is in your voter's card and the choices you make. And maybe in the future, we'll leave a great harvest for generations to come. And I know in the process of trying to speak up, they might try to shut us up. But remember, the handcuffs no fit cuff our throats. And if we perish in the process of speaking the truth, if we perish, then my people, we perish. Thank you.
My people, my people. I'm not a poet, so I'm just going to leave it right there. But I have great news for my people. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much. You get to sit down and really think, look at the nation critically. I'm hoping that one day we young people will gather and the story will change, the narrative will change. We can sit back and say, what is that word jackpot? I'm not interested, you know. That laugh is quite significant. No, but really, I'm looking forward to a Nigeria where people from other climes want to jackpot to us, where young people, the dream is to stay and build the nation. And I know it can happen. Look at your neighbor and tell them it can happen. But it starts with you and it starts with me. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, please. All right, so this is where we get to take a breather, the tea break, and the networking. The table is set. I believe that we'll use the door straight up and then to my right, your left. And let's get on with the networking tea break. Please, it's 15 minutes. Actually, 20 minutes. It is for 20 minutes So please, let's be fast about it. We'll come back in and we'll take the action planning session. That is also very critical to why we're here today. Please make sure you're networking. Meet 2-3 new people. Get their names, your phone number, connect, okay? This is a platform for you to see people who are doing similar things as you are, all right? So this is the opportunity. Let's make the most out of it. My name is Moreni Keji Olonilua, but you can call me Reni. I'll see you shortly.
Me, I know still wear mask. Say, remember when we no feel the chest back. When we see the pushy, I know it's good to fast talk. It's in my body, you no go fit left. Cause not the guy, matter we go fit to wet class. Babylon, Babylon. Me, I go run till I find the busket. Babylon, Babylon. Stubborn for you go. Blood that can cool for your face like Okoro. Leader, lion, yes I be idolo. Fight and face my fears, no ojoro. Fire burn Babylon, Jesus. Man I move like a stallion, Jesus. Meeting strong, me not tag along, Jesus. What best at the champion, big Tony carry on. Keep the shake me, say I don't be mad pow. I got it set back if I easy my setback. She a book, I get to be get. Then I stop on pass government when you agree to enter. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I find the busket. and set trap. I walk out with the leg like who they sell a chart. Normally I no fear, my body I dey tell you. If Corona boss me, I no still wear mask.
Say you remember when we no feel the chest back. When we see the pushy, I know go to fast talk. It's in my body, you no go fit left. Cause not the guy, matter we go fit to wet class. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I find the bushes. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I find the bushes.
Stubborn for you go. Blood like a cool for your face like Okoro. Leader, lion, yes I be idolo. Fight and face my fears, no ojoro. Fire burn Babylon, Jesus. Man I move like a stallion, Jesus. Meeting strong, me not tag along, Jesus. What best are the champion? Big Tony carry on.
Depuis the setback, say I don't be mad pow. I got it setback if I easy my setback. She a book, I get it big, then I stop on pass government and you agree to answers. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go run till I find the bushes.
Alakori, alakoko, show my family, show my laptop. Timpakbe wa, show my kako. She mo mani problem, pelu boys. Tabaja kapada, masalo Canada. If I travel today, give my baila baba. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a brother man. Only any problem. Baby show up, show need me king call. Mulaye lo wajeku. Iru ele yo mani problem. Melanin, popping, baby ni show nita. Baby such a give you fita. Boni dunida, oh yeah. Wawurura wuraba. Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Go by the leisure, gimme. Gimme, come up on me chicky. Gimme, come up on me chicky. Long time ago, I said no, if you make me conform. Oh yeah, okay me more corner. Now on to now on run up. Oh yeah, very gentle girl. I pick you up, don't you pick it girl. Mama say I don't fall in love, and my papa say I'm a child love. Baby show up, show need me king call. Mulaye lo wajeku, iru ele yo mani problem. Melanin, popping, baby ni show nita. Baby such a give you fita. Boni dunida, oh yeah. Wawurura wuraba. Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Go by the leisure, gimme, come up on me chicky. Gimme, come up on me chicky.
Check. Check 1, 2.
Signal.
Because you know, say now you did for my conscience, now the reason why you did, gotta.
Check 1, 2. Hey.
And anytime where I say
check.
You give me chop, you know
check.
Even they try a jara. Waiting there for your list where I know fit to buy on my little one. See oh my girl, I swear you they give me ginger one. Girl, you they make me crazy, I swear you they scatter my internet. Oh baby, no go run away. Look in my eyes, you go feel my pain. Don't tell me, say me car on my wrist. Spin me around like a hurricane, no run away. Look in my eyes, you go feel my pain. Don't tell me, say me car on my wrist. Spin me around like a hurricane, no run away.
Baby, I miss you, baby. I know. But I'm out here thinking.
Check.
Really
Check 1, 2.
Choose between me and the shorties that you hide it. You really think that I'm blind? I wanna they do me for one night. As you they see me, I'm fragile. If you there for me, give me your loving. For your sake, honey, I could disappear, honey.
All up in my face, she go keep passing. Come make a jam your machinery.
If you there for me, give me your loving. For your sake, honey, I could disappear, honey.
Come make a solve your mathematics. Make you come solve my jagbajanti. Oh my little one. Waiting there for your list where I know fit to buy on my little one. See oh my girl, I swear you they give me. Ginger one. Girl, you they make me crazy, I swear you they scatter my internet. Oh baby, no go run away. Look in my eyes, you go feel my pain. Don't tell me, say me car on my wrist. Spin me around like a hurricane, no run away. Look in my eyes, you go feel my pain. Don't tell me, say me car on my wrist. Spin me around like a hurricane, no run away.
Timmy J on the track.
Check 1, 2.
trendybeats.com.
If you are there, you know.
Check.
Again.
Check. Check.
When I go, girl, I no go return. And in one night, girl, look it up. Relationship be like job. And I no get to see you at all. And you know about though, I'm a ton. I'm a wakushi low ton. But the lamb and a ton by ton. You have to wait till you reach your turn again. My head they hurt, my brain they touch. They don't use me back, so no time for love. I be bad boy too far. Baby, stand up, move on, a new girl is coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see go love you money. If not be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Now, some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be somebody back. Busy to be somebody back. Some of us too busy.
24/7. The matter never settle. You be but I be get. That's ability low ya walenu. Better recognize. Better stop all that. No one that name they go call mine. As I they shanty them not nice. Monday, Dana. Tuesday, Dalama. Wednesday, Dana. As long as I jalama. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like one? Each and every lady wanna give me When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar. Now we there, I turn on I know two pass, give me solo man. I get high, I'm tryna do. You know like me, what do my advice is fun, I know. Cause my guys don't follow no. But the sky start falling down. I'm still your daddy.
Wait,
everybody they find. And you get it for the way only Jesus go fit to design. If you play my politics, I feel say your passenger fine. Oh, Kelly na magnet, I believe say they for your behind. Oh, it's Mama Gireto, Magnet everybody. It's Mama Gireto, spicy passy Maggie. It's Mama Gireto, it's magnitude and she's happy. It's Mama Gireto, get madness for body. Oh, Mama Gireto. Mama Gireto, Mama Gireto, it's Mama Gireto. Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, baby, oh, I'm caress, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, it's Mama Gireto. Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, it's Mama Gireto. Caress, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, baby, oh, I'm caress, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, baby, oh, I'm caress, baby, oh, Maggie, Maggie, it's Mama Gireto. It's Mama Gireto. It's Mama Gireto. It's Mama Gireto. Esto lobo, only my macare, take a cover my magazine. Esto lobo, only my macare, take a chop in my mega chicken. Esto lobo, con loco something where you carry. Like pano coca, only your boy go fit. And you get to something where everybody they find. And you get it but the way only Jesus go fit to design. If you play my politics, I feel say your passenger fine. Oh, Kelly na magnet, I believe say they for your behind. Oh, it's Mama Gireto, magnet everybody. It's Mama Gireto, spicy passy Maggie. It's Mama Gireto, it's magnitude and she's happy. It's Mama Gireto, get madness for body. Oh. Gireto, it's Mama Gireto. It's Mama Gireto, baby. It's Mama Gireto. And I know my love. It's Mama Gireto.
DJ Splash, the Vibe Machine.
me so so. I don't know, no. Make them they turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream they like cream. When I do I see me enter, then I go bring you to enter my love. Say you want to see mental. I don't give them back to sender. Why no? Soldier, policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take insults. If he knows they go give you a back up. And as the money don't they come like us. Nothing go be stop this sauce. When I know I see me enter, they don't agree you to enter. Hello. Say you want to see mental. I don't give them back to sender. Why not? When I know I see me enter, then I go bring you to enter my love. Say you want to see mental. I don't give them back to sender. Why not? Take my cousin under the influence. She wanna get freaky, make your boyfriend no good, David. Tell me what you want from me. You ask for somebody, she said you're tryna get out the street. You ask for somebody, soldier, policeman, many. Camera, the boy you know they take it so. And the money don't come like this. Nothing will stop this song.
When that's it, never done never turn the man. Aku putunga nejipa, outsina sitandumna. When that's it, never done never turn the man. Aku putunga nejipa, outsina sitandumna. Sister Patina, aku mahamba ye, solala we. I wanna mahamba ye. Sister Patina, aku mahamba ye, solala we. I wanna mahamba ye.
Nigga platinum me way. I push it and think keep number. They don't know sit up on the shine number. The shine number musa muse. I push it fresh salagala. I chico pega let totoza. I funny ninja sebaniga. I keep it diamond to la gala. Seba nigga platinum me way. I push it and think keep number. They don't know sit up on the shine number. The shine number musa muse. I keep it fresh salagala. I chico pega let totoza. I funny ninja sebaniga.
DJ Splash, the Vibe Machine.
Didn't I tell you now? Rugged. Aye. When I go, girl, I no go return. And in one night, girl, no return. Relationship be like job. And I no get this easy at all. And you know about though, I'm a ton. I'm a walk with low turn. But the lamb and I turn by turn. You have to wait till you reach your turn again. My head they hurt, my brain they touch. They don't use me pass, so no time for love. I be bad boy too far. Baby, stand up, move on, a new girl is coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see good love be money. If not be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Now, some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be somebody babe. Busy to be somebody babe. Yeah. Some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be back. Some of us too busy to be somebody babe. Busy to be somebody babe. My head they hurt, my brain they touch. They don't use me back, so no time for love. I be bad boy too far. Baby, stand up, move on, then you get it coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing and see good love be money. If not be Jesus is coming. know they like Gen Z. Then they too like to come body. Not just say them a think sweet. My body for nobody. Sure. I don't like to dey foreplay. If I foreplay, I no go take. And I don't like to dey romance, cause romance is the key to the promise. My head they hurt, my brain they touch. They don't use me pass, so no time for love. I be bad boy too far. Baby, start up, move on, the new girl is coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see good love be money. If no be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Some of us too busy.
Hello everyone. So if you have a friend, if you know somebody that is still over there, please text them and tell them to please come in. We want to wrap up now. We're going to the next session. So please help me send a text message or a WhatsApp message to somebody that is still seated there, that they should please make their way into the hall. Thank you.
I will never be the same. I was a different case. When they look my side and they say, nobody pass the vanity. Nobody fits follow me vanity. My face show, my shoe shine, my shoe shine, my shoe shine. Hallelujah, I'm getting older. Inside cooler, eating soya. Hallelujah, living la vida loca. I've been on the road all day, I'm chasing moolah. Fire in my mouth like a Zula. Turn up, magic be into suya. Yeah, I've been hard for like 4 years. And I wonder if I'm done yet. People be like rice for my concert. Welcome, welcome the new convert. In a week with the convert. Would you say you want me? Tell them we go to a more failing.
DJ, please drop the music. Drop the music. Please, I want you to send a message to anyone who is sitting close to you, who is not in the hall right now, would like to move on. We're supposed to close at 2, but as it is now, it's 1 minute past 2 o'clock. And we have one more activity that needs to be done before we call it a day. Thank you very much. Call them, please do. If you can text them, please do.
Load on my energy. Make I know there's a January. Resident Milo, Ushimilanga. Anybody do we drop on Bonabanga. I keep my stamina, but my sanda. Come out from me all over to Casablanca. Oh yeah, oh yeah. NSC, Rose, oh shit, oh shit. Back of America, Lord, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. NSC, Rose, oh shit, oh shit. Back of America, Lord, yeah. Oh baby, what's on your me? Make I no beg for money. Emotion fell upon me. Americana, baby. Olúwa ló ṣe yìí. Ṣé Olúwa ló ṣe yìí? Màdèrè bí fẹ́ lómi. Ojú bá áńgẹ́lì tó kọrin. Ojú bá lọ́bọ̀. Ayé ìyá, ayé ìyá. Màmí náà ṣubú ṣe sàn. Ayé ìyá, ayé ìyá. Sori bá ayé wọ̀ níta. Ayé ìyá, ayé ìyá. Ó lè lọ́jà mi bó dọ̀la.
Darudi, darudao. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baby, ubambuyayeka ayeke kungibamba wena mngani
If you also want to take photos with the background, the backdrop, now is the time to do it. Or you want to wait till after the event. Please help us get as many people as you can inside so that we can move ahead with what we have for today. DJ, please drop the music. Please drop the music, thank you. Thank you very much. Can I get an extra microphone? So this is what we're going to be doing. We want to take reviews. There's been a lot of conversations that has happened in this room today. But we need to be sure that we didn't just sit down, but we did grab something. So I'm going to be getting feedback as to what has stood out for you so far. In all of these conversations, what jumped at you? What stood out for you? What is that one thing that you will never forget for coming to the Nigeria Future Summit? What is that take-home thing for you, for your organization? Because, you can do that quickly. You can do that quickly. We're still waiting for more people to come into the hall. So what is that one thing that stood out for you in the course of this conversation? What stood out for you? Or perhaps what is not even clear? Because sometimes we can sit in a meeting like this and we'll just assume that everybody understood everything that is being discussed. But you find out that some people will go home and they can't really, I don't really understand what they did there. So we want to ensure that everyone gets a take-home, a takeaway, because the theme has to be achieved. He says, empowering youth, civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria. Empowerment is not complete when the person that is empowered has received it and is able to run with it. So it's one thing to build capacity of a person. It's another thing for the person to understand and be able to apply. I believe that the end goal of empowerment is the application on the part of the person that is being empowered. So we've had conversations today about how young people can get involved in influencing, get a table for yourself. In fact, build a table by yourself, go to a carpenter, go and carve a chair, and just, as much as you can, get capacity building for proposal writing, put yourself out there. But yes, you've gotten that information, but are you able to apply going forward, right? I do not want this summit to be like every other summit that you have attended. If I ask, how many summits have you attended this year? Let me even start with that. This is the year 2024. We're in the month of what? October. Excuse me, the young man on glasses. How many summits have you attended this year? How many? No, for real. How many summits have you attended this year? 15. Please take note of the numbers. You said you have attended 25. My goodness. Okay. Please, how many summits have you attended this year? 3. Okay. 3. Sir, how many summits? 15. How many summits? 5. How many summits? 2. 5. Please, my young men on this side, how many summits have you attended this year? 2. 2. Oh, this is your first one. Congratulations. Okay, so somebody said 25. So my thinking is that means that there are capacity buildings happening, conversation happening, but if you weigh that with the impact that is going on, is it commensurate? I'm throwing a question now. Is it commensurate? The effort that is happening, the summit and the results that we are getting, are they commensurate? You think it is? Do you, any other opinion? Do you think it is? So a good number of people say no. So I saw a post on somebody's WhatsApp platform a few months ago, and it was, I don't have the precise figure, but it was a survey that was done as to how many registered NGOs we have in Nigeria. The numbers are ridiculous. So they equated it to the impact that is happening. There is so much gap. There is so much gap. We've not, so I don't want to undermine the effort of a lot of people. A lot of people are doing great, they are passionate, but the end goal is the impact. Beyond I am passionate, what is happening? What is the result? We're talking about poverty. It's as though the number is even increasing. So the big question is, when we go for summit like this, how are we able to translate the ideas, the notions, the perspective that we get, that we gather? How do we translate it into our work? So I will be asking us for feedback. Can I have an extra microphone, please? So you're going to be telling me, and I'm going to take as many as possible, what stood out for you in this summit from the beginning to the end. It can be one thing. For others, it can be two things. For others, it can be three. For others, it can be 25. I'm happy to have it. So who is going first? Okay, can I have an extra microphone, please? Who is helping me? Okay, thank you. Your name?
Okay.
What you do, why you are here, and what's your take home? What stood out for you?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paul Odokra. I work with Africa Network for Environment and Economic Justice, ANIJ. ANIJ is an environmental and governance NGO based in Benin with an advocacy office in Abuja. Okay, what stood out for me, before I say what stood out for me, let me say what is not very clear that in this summit, you know, we are trying to build up, apart from the other agenda of this summit, talking of COP29, the priorities for COP29. What is not very clear is, have we been able to set out priorities clearly for the youth as the road to COP29 opens? That is not very well spelled out. But what stood out for me is what the gentleman there was talking about, financing, climate financing. That all these things boil out to finance. How do we finance? If you're talking of renewable energies, yes. All these renewable gadgets, the solar panels and other, whatever have you, inverters and all the rest, these are capital intensive. They are very expensive and they are all imported. There is yet to be a Nigerian local content in some of these gadgets that are used for renewables. So for us to adapt quickly to this renewable energy, then it must be financed. Who is going to finance it? I recall that the NDC, during the NDC one, before the review started talking about the review, the developed countries pledged $100 billion to developing countries to help in the development of their NDCs. Up to this moment, I'm not sure that the developed countries have redeemed the pledge. And then we are talking about loss and damage fund again. So these are the issues that need to be interrogated as we prepare for COP29. So these are the priorities I want us to set clearly. What is Nigeria bringing to the table in COP29? What agenda do we have? Or do we want to still do what happened last year with the largest contingent of Jamboree going to Dubai and to shop, and then they didn't even bring out any outcome? So I think we have to start from this summit, and the youth here are particularly interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I like your forward thinking. The next item on our agenda is actually actionable, action setting. So we'll be going in that direction. Please, a round of applause for him. So I'm taking more feedback. Please help me pass the microphone to my beautiful lady to my left, your right.
All right, so thank you very much. I am Oluwashola Balogun, Sholzi for short, and I work with Kids and Teens Resource Center. Many people have asked me after networking that, oh, Kids and Teens, how does that relate to climate change? Well, we work on anything that relates to children, youth, and young adults. So definitely, climate affects everybody, right? So that's where we come in. All right, so something that has stood out for me in this summit is the platform that has been given to each and every one of us to network. Trust me, I met as many people as possible and I have made good contacts. And I know that some of the things that were said, which were quite, the first time I was listening to some of them, I have taken up one or two things that I'm going to work on as a person. So, this platform has given me an opportunity to network. That's the major thing for me. And I'm definitely going to make use of those contacts that I've gotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Shawzy, baby. Did I get that correct? Okay, that's really nice. Thank you very much for that. Networking is a great platform for advancement. Please, we have contributors on this side. If there is still anybody that is still taking tea break, tell them that they are so wrong. This is the place to be. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Habila. Actually, I'm a 400 level student of ecology at Abuja University, Bauchi. And I also work with the New Down Initiative, is a youth advocate initiative. I want to say that what stood out for me is the passion that I can see that youths like me are passionate about climatic issues. They are passionate about saving the climate, saving the future, saving the globe, the Mother Earth. It is actually, I thought, actually initially when I went to ATB, I did not apply ecology. So when they gave me ecology, I was like, what is this? What am I studying? What am I doing? And they said it's the environment. I said if I wanted to study environment, there's College of Health and Environment is in Jos. But I discovered along the line that ecology is one of the most vital courses to study as an environmentalist. Coming here, I saw empowering youths and on climatic change. I never knew it was going to be this deep, so open, and the exposure is so wow. And lucky enough for me, 400 level in ATBU means you are going for IT. So I can see variety of IT, possible IT places. So I'm happy about that. And so I think I will just remain. I came from Jos yesterday, but I think I'll remain in Abuja and hunt for an IT spot and sleep here. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. That's taking action already, leveraging conferences like this, summits like that. We have someone over there.
Good afternoon. So my name is Jeshura Tefa. I'm an advocate for education. I work with Teach a Child Initiative, a podcaster on education as well. So being here, this is my second time in a climate change summit, and this is actually one of the youngest demographics I've actually attended a function at. Now, you asked for feedback. I'm going to give you feedback. I actually came to the function you guys had in somewhere in central area, but when I came, I saw the crowd. It was too much. I had to go back to the office. Coming here today, you sit here, and there's a lot of content going on here. For me, as a researcher and as an advocate, this is actually a research platform for me, because some of the information you find here feed your work going back, or research what you do going forward. Now, you come back here, you sit here, and a lot of rich content is being shared from here, and then you're struggling with the people in the crowd, because there's noise in the crowd, a lot of noise in the crowd, so that there's a lot of people in the crowd that are not actually concerned about what is happening here, of which there's a lot of rich informations being passed out here. Now, there's a lot of young people in this room now. If I ask, the next Nigerian Economic Summit is coming up in next week. It's starting on, for we organizers who are checking, we'll start on Sunday. It's coming up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. How many young persons here will be there for that particular, summit? The biggest I mean no disrespect. The Nigerian Economic Summit, hosted by NSG, is one of the biggest summits in Nigeria. How many people from here will be there? Yes. Okay, so you guys are now coming at me. When I applied to be on that platform, I know nobody from there. The applications open up, and I'm on the technical subcommittee for that particular event. How did I get there? I know nobody from there.
How did you get there? Perhaps we can use your route.
Application.
Okay, so are these application open to the public?
Yes.
Is it thrown open?
How did I see it and apply? LinkedIn.
It might. So, please, my people.
Okay.
Let's listen to him. We'll give feedback.
Okay,
we'll take that. Hold on.
You said it's not free. They asked for volunteers before the summit is being put on. This summit has been.
Okay, so we have someone who wants to speak from the place of authority. He said he works with. But don't sit down yet. I think we'll need to trash this one out.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alfred Akrele. I work with NESD as their grant analyst. All right. So I think I can say a bit about it's our program. I'm actually coordinating the development partners and the likes for the program. So let me say this up front. The summit is like a Nigeria thing, right? We want to discuss about Nigeria. We have different components. He said it's a technical committee.
Technical subcommittee for
so
facilitators.
We have 20 technical committees. The truth is there are applications for all of this, and it's always out. You can visit the NESG. The summit is next week now. We don't take volunteers or anything again, but you can join online. So the summit will be live on Channels TV, News Central, and Arise TV. A bit of AIT. To make your contributions, you can log into www.nesd.org and click on the summit. There's a part of the summit there. If you have any contribution you want to make, there's also a YouTube channel, NESD YouTube channel. All of these things will be broadcasted, live and direct. But one thing I want to say, which I want all of us to learn, we don't need to be hard on him. You can be hard on me. I work with the NESD. However, you don't need to be hard on me. Because some of these applications, we joke with it a lot. Either as volunteer, intern, wherever. Just joke and we think, since we are not going to get paid, there is no monetary value, remuneration, and the likes. But what you get as networking, you can't be inside the same hall with the likes of Tole Elumelu, Dangote, the who is who in Nigeria, and you will not get something tangible. But to conclude, the summit is strictly by invitation and is paid for. So you don't come to Transcorp and get embarrassed. I'm just saying brotherly advice now. So strictly by invitation, but you can join online. And if there are anything you want to discuss around the summit that you want it to get to whosoever is coming, I can also share some personal emails with you, maybe afterwards, and you can get it done. But it was very inclusive, very, very inclusive. We have applications since June, July, August. Applications was, out everywhere, and we expected that young people will contribute. And there is a particular section for young people, I think the third day of the summit. So I don't know how that is being run, if it will be free for people to come in or not. But please, Oga, I don't rescue you. All right. Thank you, everyone.
You should thank him after this.
Thank you so much. I would extend my gratitude after here. Thank you. But the point I was just making is, like you said, I applied for this months ago. I think towards end of last year. That's when I applied to be on the platform. And the application was open to everybody. Guess where I saw it? On LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yes. On LinkedIn. Just like you said, the applications was open to everybody.
That's right.
Yeah, so how many of us are taking up these particular opportunities? Thank you.
Say something. So I think I'll take that and then one more person. I think the biggest concern is sometimes we don't even know what to look out for. And you could only find what you are looking for. If you don't know what to look for, there's every chance that you will not see it. Please, can you pass the microphone to my young man on this side of the hall? So I'm going to take two more. The guy on the blue shirt, I want one more lady, please. Inclusion, gender balance. Please, where is my lady? I want a lady to speak. No. You are not a lady, sir. Okay, I have my lady. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Ogene Obodo. I work with the Town Crier Initiative. What stood out for me here? By me looking at the people that was selected for this program, it's have to send a message that a lot of young people and young persons out there are doing so many incredible things. I was telling Oge after she finished, I remembered her that her first sanitation campaign in Liberty Junction, Ababa, Enugu, while we were busy doing this campaign, some people were meeting us and were telling us that the government have paid you people to do this. And you people have sidelined the money and we are doing this. It looks very funny. And we had another one too in Gariki Market. And a young man came to us and said, he's pushing wheelbarrow and we are willing to say, help us and trash. He was going to charge us more. Why? Because there is this mindset that government have paid us to do this. Now, a lot of us had a lot of encounter working with young persons. I was explaining to her what happened when I left Enugu back to Abuja here, that my own volunteer wants to do something and they need to do with snacks. And she was not charging me on that. She does snacks. She said, if you go to Roban, they are selling for 450. So I'm going to charge you for 430 per one. And it looks amazing. And anything that comes to a mind of a young volunteer is, how much are you going to pay me? Most people started as volunteers and they have been amazing. They have been doing greatly well. But in this room, if you say, let's look at us critically, there are a lot of people that are not willing to give in the best of this volunteering. Whenever I come to a program, I had my brother speaking about Activista. I was a member of Yali. Lucky that sat over there, we started here together with him. And we did this because we saw a lot of opportunity to make change. But most of the young guys coming up these days, there is a communication gap about why should we volunteer. And I have another cause of worry. I have always come to your summit. This is like my third one. And I've been going to some other programs and other activities where we talk about climate. And I ask myself one question. You want to transfer from normal electricity to reusable energy. The solar battery, the solar panel, the solar inverter were being produced by technology. Are they reusable? Are they renewable technology, or they are still using electricity? Are they not pollutions? For these people producing this, are they not really causing harm to the planet? My first worry. Second, if we look at critically in this room, we might see a lady here, somebody menstruating here, and most of them uses disposable sanitary pad. We talk about climate, but we don't talk about issues relating to menstruation when we talk about our climate. I think we need to add up to some of these questions and ask ourselves, these people selling this idea of renewable energy, what are their processes of production? What are the harms they are causing to the environment? And why are we not having discussion around the silence surrounding menstruation and sanitary waste disposal? These are questions, whenever I come to events, I keep asking myself, but sometimes I feel like I need to let it go. But I feel like we need to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, when you lean towards menstruation, as a menstrual health and hygiene advocate that I am, I was discussing with Honorable Olamide, and I was telling him, if you look at the grand scheme of things, menstruation, there's a link there with climate action and all, because how many women menstruate and dispose their pads monthly? And you know how long it takes for one pad to degrade in the earth? That's a full-blown conversation. But I'm sure that the reasons why we're having conversations like this is so that our minds are open. One of the panelists said something. He said, while we are shifting to renewable energy, we should be careful not to cause more harm than where we are right now. But of course, I believe that in dialogues like this, the picture gets clearer as we move forward. So those are one of the reasons why we're here. Thank you so much for highlighting those points. I will not be able to take more feedbacks. Perhaps by the end of the meeting, to wrap up, I would take my two persons who signified to share their thoughts. So the last item on my agenda today is the moment that a good number of us have been waiting for, the action planning session. This is where we discuss the way forward, what to do, what not to do, what to look out for, how best to navigate, where exactly are we going. So ladies and gentlemen, put on your seatbelt. Our pilot is arriving. Please help me make welcome my beautiful lady. Please, a round of applause, please, for Kwemi. Oh, she needs the podium, please. We need help. So Okwemi is the programs manager. She's the programs manager at Nigerian Youth SDGs. Please, let's welcome her. Let's make her feel welcome.
All right. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm not supposed to say this, thank you all for coming, because there is closing remarks, right? But then I just want to say thank you all for coming. You all leaving your different locations to come here today to, have this kind of discussions and conversations is an amazing one. Thank you for honoring the invitation and for also showing your interest to, harden your voices to this discussion. Thank you very much. Please clap for yourselves. Clap for yourself. You're not clapping for me. You're clapping for yourselves. All right. Thank you. So, what I'm here to discuss about is what are the next steps, particularly as it relates to the projects while we are here today. So far so good. Like we said, the project is aimed at resourcing and equipping youth civil society organizations in 5 states in Nigeria. The project's name is Empowering Youth Civil Society to Build Stronger Communities in Nigeria. However, the hashtag of the project is hashtag Climate Action for Stronger Niger. The 4 is FOR. So in case you want to see what has been ongoing regarding the project so far, you can just type in that hashtag on your social media platforms to be able to see some of the things that have been happening so far. So on the project, right, there was the application stage where we called for youth civil society in this states that we spoke about. That's Kaduna, Nasarawa, Ondo, Enugu, and Delta. So we had 3 CSOs, civil society organization. When I say CSO, that's what it means, so that I don't have to repeat it over again. So we had 3 CSOs from each of the states, making 15. However, the application we got was almost 400, right? And from that, we had eligible organizations, which are actually 216, right? And from those 216, we had virtual interview sessions with a whole lot of organizations just to know and see, understand what they are doing and how it aligns with the project's objectives and proposed outcomes. And the 15 that were awarded earlier actually came out. So please clap for them. Please clap for them. Please, can the CSO stand up again? For those people that didn't see them earlier, these 15 organizations, please let's clap for them. They are stars. They've done amazing work, which I'll still share with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, you can have your seats. So these CSOs, they've had several capacity building sessions, which was organized by our organization, NGU SDGs. And the training sessions was about exposing them to what climate policies we have in Nigeria. That's the NAP, NDCs, and also conversations about how they can get to engage their stakeholders, how they can, take actions, basically, in order to move forward the agenda of, Nigeria's National Adaptation Plan and nationally determined contributions, to get people in the grassroots to know more about these things, so that their voices also will be included at that global stage or national stage. So they went through their capacity building session, which most of them said it was actually a very, very relevant one, and it was helpful for them. And from there, they went down to their communities to conduct a step-down training, meaning that what they've learned from us, they also went to their local community to pass it to people. And the least organization that each one of them got to talk to or got to educate, so to speak, because they organized an hybrid virtual, capacity building session, that's virtual and physical. The least each one of them did was 10 CSOs, meaning 10 organizations. There were some of them that actually trained like 20, 25, which is amazing. So do the math. So meaning that this project has trained more than 150 organizations so far on Nigeria's climate policy. Please clap for us. Clap for us. It's not a small stuff. Yeah. So thank you. So, and then we have the youth segment of it, where we trained young people also about this concept. And we had an overwhelming, when I say overwhelming, I said overwhelming. And the resources available, it's could cater for 300 young people, but we onboarded 500 young people, 504 young people who actually passed through the learning session. I don't know, do I have some of the young people here? Oh, please clap for them. Please clap for them. Is this where I asked you to come forward to share maybe a few experiences of how the session was for you? Who wants to volunteer? I'm not going to choose anyone. Who wants to volunteer? All right, thank you so much. Can someone please help me with the mic?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of respect. Standing here before you this beautiful afternoon is no one but the bearer, Otman Amina, also known as the Audible Queen. So I was a participant for the just concluded capacity building sessions for climate action for stronger Nigeria. And I must say it was really, really insightful. Like I learned a lot, especially what stood out for me was how to leverage technology to push out your work, especially the art of climate messaging, and the powers and potentials of LinkedIn. I have a LinkedIn account though, but I don't really use it. But after the sessions, I learned a lot from the facilitators. They were very, very resourceful, I must say. I gave it to you, NG Youth SDGs. You guys outdid yourself. It was wonderful, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your unfiltered feedback. I'm just meeting her, so thank you so much for sharing that. So for the capacity building for the youth, we've also had that by the month's end, they are going to have their virtual graduation ceremony. However, afterwards, the UCSOs have also conducted a community dialogue where they are taking the perspectives of people in we're hearing you. So if I don't ask anybody, I guess I will retake that. All right. All right. Thank you. So I said the CSOs have community dialogues as well, conducted community dialogues as well, where they actually use guided questions to collect the perspectives of young people and people at the local level. Because the reason is, if we say the NDCs will be amended in 2025, we want to make sure that the voices of the young people who makes larger percent of our population in Nigeria are also included in this policy, right? And what that means is that their community dialogue after being conducted leads us to the next phase of the project, which is developing the local adaptation plan of action, which we call the LAPA, where each one of them, right, in their states, the 5 states, they are all going to work together collaboratively to develop a single document, which is called LAPA, and take to their government agencies or their elected leaders and elected lawmakers that this is what we've done at the local level. This is what our people are saying. I think yesterday when one of the CSOs was presenting, he said one of the guided questions that was asked is, what is that thing in your community that you think you would like to preserve? And he said that one of the community members said a particular mango tree, because that is distinct and, you know, specifically from that state. So meaning that this kind of information needs also to be included, that this thing, but this mango tree is being affected because people are always logging it. You know, people are logging trees and all every single day. A tree that took, he was sharing, he said a tree that took like 40 to 50 years to grow, and someone just come and pull it off for a bag of charcoal that was not even worth 5,000 naira. Imagine, like, do the math. Do you understand? So these are the things we are saying, that how can the voices, all the opinions that have been collected during the community dialogues can be made into a single document that will be relevant for that state and be taken to their elected lawmakers to tell them that this is what we are saying. And ahead of you formulating these policies, these are the certain things you have to look into. And the next also item on the next phase for us is creation of a communique. So we've had this summit now, we've had conversations, we've all have shared our views, our opinions, we've heard our panelists speak and all. We've all taken notes. We had note takers in these sessions who have all taken notes and all. We have the live session recording as well. So we'll put them together in a communique which will be shared much later, that these are everything we've taken and these are more the government or Nigeria should be looking towards, which I believe that each one of us represents some organizations here, and we can also even look for how we can include it in our work. So where we need you for the communique is that when it comes out, help us disseminate it with your network. Let more people get to know that these were the things that were discussed, and these were the things that people can start looking forward to, and also try to, you know, impute. We've raised so many concerns, impute into their works. Is there a way you can marry some of the things you're doing with some of the opinions that were shared here? Some representatives of embassies were here today because they also wanted to hear what young people are saying, so that when they're structuring their programs, they can use all of these opinions and perspectives in structuring them. So that's two. And the next one also on the next phase of this project is one of the panelists has spoken about, is the founder, is that there's going to be a climate speech innovation where young people who have, you know, innovative ideas, right, that is tailored towards climate mitigation and adaptation will get to have seed funding to support their projects or their innovative ideas. Of course, you have to apply for it. It's not like it should just be made available, so you have to apply for it. So what we need you to do is stay glued to NGU's SDGs. We are NGU's SDGs on every platform, so that when those call for application, I was trying to look for where you can see that. So NGU's SDGs on all platforms. Yeah, thank you. NGU's SDGs on all platforms. Follow us, right? Subscribe to our newsletter too, because this is one way where you can get most of these opportunities that are available within our organization for young people. Are like, we are working for young people. So that is the third one. And also, the fourth one is the COP29 participation. what we are looking at is this conversation does not have to end here. These 15 CSOs I've mentioned, they've done amazing work. It does not have to end within the 4 walls of Nigeria. Permit me to use that. People outside there also need to see a typical example of how people at the local level are taking actions and how we all can get inspired and motivated to even do more. And also how to not take some of these things that these people who did this grand work have actually shared, you know, to make things at a global level to even be more better by incorporating their work. So we are hoping, you know, to participate in COP29 as an organization to share some of this story. So where do we need you? Is there anyone here who is actually going to be making presentation? Maybe you have side events at COP and you would like us to be part, or you know any organization, international organization or national organization that will be part, you know, and you would really like us to collaborate together for that. Please reach out to us. You can connect with us at programs, programs, programs at nigerianyouthsdgs.org. We would like to collaborate. We would like to see how we can push this conversation further on the global level. And also, the next one on the list for us for this project is actually we having a project documentary. We've done so many things over, right? So people, we've started this process already, but there's also going to be the final one where we will share documentary of all of the things. You get to hear from these people who have done the work, raw, like how they've gone through it and all, take you through all of the processes we've done so far. And this will be also made available for our virtual audience, you who, like our community members, right? For you to also get to see. So, so far so good. The end goal is that by 2025, all of these things that we've said, we are seeing the inclusion of young people's voices in the NDCs, in the policies that will be amended and that will be reviewed. So thank you so very much. And thank you for listening to our journey. And I hope that you stay glued to us and you stay connected with us. I don't know, I would like to take like a few comments, maybe 2, right? Because of time, so that we can all go and have our lunch, connect, and have a great day. So 2 comments. All right. Oh, that means everything I said was clear. Oh, wow. I feel good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please just appreciate her. A round of applause, please. So as we're closing this wonderful summit, the Nigeria Future Summit, empowering youth, civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria, we're going to do something. So I want you to bring out your phone. Rise to your feet. Everybody, please, let's stand up. So we're going to do a group. Everyone turn on your camera. Please, let's do that quickly. Okay. So this is what we're going to do, what we've practiced before now. Nigeria Future Summit, then you respond with empowering youth, civil societies to build stronger communities in Nigeria. Are you ready? Where's your camera? Turn on your phone, you're charging. Okay, are you ready? 1, 2, go. Nigeria Future Summit. Come on, that energy is low. Let's do it again. Nigeria Future Summit. One more time. Nigeria Futures Summit. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Don't forget the hashtag for today. Make sure that you've collected someone's number, you have connected with people. Now, to wrap up with a closing remark, please help me welcome the founder of Nigerian Youth SDGs, Mr. Joshua Alade, for the closing remark. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Rennie. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long, long day. Just to say, the journey starts now. We've had like amazing conversations. We've had people say things that you want to hear. But it's not about what we want to hear. It's always about what we want to see happen. It's a perfect opportunity for us to make history, and I hope that. Hello. I hope that. Apologies, I had to do that. I hope that we can join hands together, be a formidable force, and work to ensure that young people's voices are captured more effectively in Nigeria's NDCs. If by March 2025 we look at the document and it does not happen, you know that this summit was another jamboree. So let's work together. Let's do it. So it's not just another youth event. You want to look back and say, this event happened in October, just a week after Nigeria's independence, and this is the change that we have made happen. I count on you. I believe in you. We know that collaboration will take us far, and I hope that by March 2025, we have our voices, our agency, our actions, and our desires in Nigeria's NDCs. So please go back to your communities. Each one, reach one. There's no time. Thank you all, and enjoy your lunch.
So our flight has landed. My name is Moredi Keji Olonilua, but you can call me Renimo. You find me across all social media platforms. This is what I do, and I'll be happy to see you at another summit. But make sure that all the learnings from this summit, you apply it. A round of applause for Rennie, please. If you know that you love Renimo, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Have a wonderful time. Who wants giveaway? That bag there is giveaway already. You're going home with a tote bag. Bye-bye, everyone.
If you get a woman old and tight, me and my guys we there for bike, now location there for night, if you leave your woman she go off fight, I'm in a big mood, gotta feel you, something work up, pull on my back, I'm in real do. This your body, they put in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet as Fanta, oh, Fanta, oh. If I tell you say I love you, you know they from Uyanga, oh Uyanga. And no tell me no, 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 no. Doctor said I passed my liver. I've been drinking, smoking cigar. Used to sing and play my guitar. Now I'm lost into some desire. Everything I do, everything where you talk I do, everything where you act I do,
check.
Only Father, I'm screaming my lady Gaga. She got me in my feelings of the other. Fact is not enough to do. My lonely father. Wow, finesse. If I problem my business, teacher you go by for like for the night, oh, wow, finesse. If I broke my business, plenty show you go by like for the night, oh, yeah. Kilometer. I don't come kilometer. I don't want to make me kilometer. You say I'm past my depot. You say I'm past my depot. You block my best calculation. Block my best calculation. Tell me no, me won't tap that. All lie, me should go back. Easy takes me on Snapchat. Sexy snap, see I pity like you rock chat. See no me quality best is best I short for you. Be ready shoot my shot in you. Yeah. Be a couple finish. Be a couple finish.
No other man better than this DJ Jojo on the wheels of steel, and I go by the name J Star. Keep it slamming.
Shawty come out be my testimony. You get this something I never see. She said she like it, my melody. Nobody ain't on sense, my nigga. She's so cold, my nigga. Nobody come try me no river. I'm a moon to like this thing, my nigga. See my dog, Mona Lisa. My dog, Mona Lisa. My dog, Mona Lisa. My dog, Mona Lisa. What's up, it's my killer, it's my done. I'm taking your energy from my background. I'm a trust, no say, I know you everything I desire. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. And if you're done with me, oh baby, big go just set me free. Cause I don't do place like this. For your love, I did lose my senses. Fat boy like me, fat boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you, I will find someone, you. Making up for me, what love. Making up for me, Don't for breast and sweat. What do you got? What do you got? Don't call me, what love. Don't for breast and sweat. What do you got? What do you got? Don't call me, what love.
No other man better than this DJ Jojo on the wheels of steel, and I go by the name J Slug. Keep it
When I
slamming.
call no pick, when I text you go read and delete. I know be good to know. I know this be everything you dey think. You dey call me your boyfriend. Oh, I see they pay for the sex every night. You don't need to say too much. I already know you don't love me much. Fat boy like me, fat boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Making up for me, what love. Making up for me, Don't for breast and sweat. What do you got? What do you got? Don't for me, what love. Don't for breast and sweat. What do you got? What do you got? Open my eyes, show me who they for. Make I know they pop rose with my enemy. Scatter them far away across the 7 seas. Help away the disguise and principality. Oh Lord have mercy, mercy. This fake love and the plenty. Then they try to run who bum the Bessie. You won't cross me, made them try me. Red eye, no more body. Can't kill my light, I'm sorry, oh. When I show, may they make way when I show. May they guess I go the go. I go the dengue, I go the go. They go back, I go when I show. May they make way when I show. May they guess I go the go. I go the dengue, I go the go. They go back, I go. As you can see, I'm just beginning. And I trouble nobody. So make nobody bother me. Yeah. As you see me, now God they fight for me. Nobody touching me. Can't stop my destiny. What in I do? Yeah, be your daily news. Been a long time and I pay my dues. I'm premium now, so I pick and choose. Need a party, one more people, bad boy takes, I know I apologize. Bet on myself and I'm rolling the dice. Kilamity. Oh Lord have mercy. This fake love and the plenty. Then they try to run dirty. Jaja, chessy, yo. Who bum the Bessie. They won't cross me, made them try me. Red eye, no more body. Can't kill my light, I'm sorry, oh. When I show, may they make way when I show. May they say I go the go. I go the dengue, I go the go.